The Ordinary Kind of Forever. By Aressa. Chapter 1, Spiritually Aligned Oats. The morning rush at Vivian's coffee shop hit like it always did, predictable as clockwork, chaotic as a thunderstorm. Linsay had their rhythm down to muscle memory by now, steam wand hissing, espresso machine gurgling, the comfortable weight of the portafilter in their hand. Their fingers moved without thinking, tamping grounds with just the right pressure, twisting, locking, pulling shots that came out perfect amber. Oat milk latte, extra hot, 2 pumps vanilla, they called, sliding the cup across the counter. The customer, a regular in designer athleisure who never remembered to say thank you, grabbed it without looking up from her phone. Linsay's smile didn't falter. 7 years of customer service had taught them that some people treated baristas like furniture that dispensed caffeine. It used to sting. Now it was just weather. Next, they said. The line stretched to the door. Tuesday mornings were always like this, that particular collision of people who'd overslept and people who treated 8 a.m. coffee like a religious ritual. Linsay glanced at the clock, 8:47, and calculated. If the rush kept this pace, they'd have maybe 25 minutes to breathe before the mid-morning crowd hit. From the corner of their eye, they caught Mika moving through his own choreography at the register. He had this way of existing in a space that made him easy to miss if you weren't paying attention, which Linsay absolutely was not doing. Thank you very much. They definitely weren't noticing how his hair fell into his eyes when he ducked his head to read order screens, or how he smiled at every customer like they were doing him a personal favor by being there. Grande cold brew, room for cream, Mika's voice carried over the noise, warm and even. He remembered everyone's name within 3 visits. It was slightly annoying how good he was at that. Coming up, Bex called from the cold brew station, her lavender hair catching the morning light. She'd shaved a new design into her undercut last week, tiny stars that matched her constellation of ear piercings. Mrs. Rivera, your usual? The older woman settled into her customary spot by the window, her silver bun neat as always. You know me too well, Mija. Linsay reached for the next order ticket and frowned. Bex, what's spiritual oat milk? Oh my God. Bex's grin was pure chaos. That guy. Dude asked if our oat milk was made from spiritually aligned oats. From what? Spiritually aligned oats. Bex enunciated each word like she was savoring them. I asked him what that meant and he said, and I quote, oats that have been grown with intentionality to maintain their vibrational frequency. I told him ours were locally sourced from very mindful oats. Despite herself, Linsay snorted. You didn't. I absolutely did. He seemed pleased. Bex bounced on her toes, already pulling a shot for the next order. He's coming back tomorrow to ask about our conscious coffee beans. Our what? I'm workshopping it. From the register, Mika caught Linsay's eye and his mouth quirked, not quite a smile, more like he was trying not to laugh and failing. Something warm flickered in Linsay's chest, quick and unbidden. They looked away, focusing very intently on dosing espresso. This was fine. This was completely normal. Coworkers had inside jokes. Coworkers made eye contact and shared moments of mutual amusement at customers' expense. It didn't mean anything that Mika's almost smile made them feel like they'd swallowed summer. Linsay. Vivian's voice cut through their thoughts. Their boss stood at the end of the bar, holding a tray of fresh-baked scones. At 56, Vivian moved with the kind of calm competence that made chaos reorganize itself in her presence. When you have a moment? Sure thing. The rush ebbed around 9:15, the way it always did. Linsay wiped down their station, muscle memory guiding their hands while their brain wandered. The shop had emptied to its mid-morning usuals, Mrs. Rivera with her book, a laptop person camped at the corner table, a couple sharing a muffin and talking in low voices about whether they could afford the deposit on an apartment. Vivian was restocking the pastry case. How are you doing? Fine. Good. Linsay folded their bar towel into precise thirds. Rush wasn't too bad. Vivian didn't look up from arranging scones, but Linsay knew that particular tone. It was the one that meant I'm asking about your actual well-being, not your ability to pour lattes. Your cousin called yesterday. The landline. Linsay's hands stilled. Topher? He said he wanted to check in. Asked if you were doing okay. Vivian's voice was carefully neutral. Mentioned something about a family dinner this weekend. Did he? It wasn't a question. I told him you'd call him back if you wanted to talk. Vivian finally glanced up, her expression kind without being pitying. You don't owe anyone your time, dear. Not even family. The thing about Vivian was that she'd given Linsay this job 5 years ago when they'd been fresh out of a bad year and barely holding it together. She'd taken one look at Linsay's resume, spotty work history, fresh name change, a careful pronoun correction delivered with braced shoulders, and said, "Can you start Monday?" She'd never asked intrusive questions. Never made Linsay explain or justify or prove they were worth the space they took up. Thanks, Linsay said quietly. I'll think about it. That's all you need to do. Vivian straightened, brushing crumbs from her hands. Oh, and Mika brought you something. It's in the back. Before Linsay could ask what, Vivian was already moving toward the office, leaving them standing there with a clean bar and a growing sense of curiosity they absolutely were not going to examine too closely. The back room smelled like coffee beans and cardboard. Linsay's messenger bag hung on its usual hook, their flannel jacket draped over it. And on the small table where they took breaks, wrapped in parchment paper, sat a chocolate croissant from the fancy bakery 3 blocks over. A post-it note was stuck to the paper. Saw these on my run this morning. Thought you might want one. M. Linsay picked up the croissant, warm enough that it must have been recent. Mika had gone for a run before his shift. He did that sometimes, showed up with slightly damp hair and color in his cheeks, and he'd thought of them. Had remembered that Linsay had mentioned, once, maybe a month ago, that the chocolate croissants from flour and salt were perfect. They should not be standing in the back room holding a pastry like it was proof of something significant. This was just Mika being thoughtful. Mika was thoughtful with everyone. He remembered Bex's favorite energy drink flavor. He asked Vivian about her daughter without being prompted. This didn't mean anything. Except it felt like it meant something, standing there with flaky pastry in their hands and warmth spreading through their chests that had nothing to do with the coffee shop's perpetually overworked heating system. The door chimed. Linsay set the croissant down carefully and headed back to the floor. Mika was at the espresso machine now, Bex having swapped to register. He glanced up when Linsay emerged, something uncertain flickering across his face. Hey. Did you find the croissant? Yeah. Linsay stepped up to the bar beside him, close enough to smell his detergent, something clean and uncomplicated. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. I know. I wanted to. He pulled a shot, watching the espresso stream into the cup with more attention than strictly necessary. You mentioned them a while back. I was in the neighborhood. 3 blocks is in the neighborhood? It's a generous definition of neighborhood. The corner of his mouth twitched. How's your morning been? Spiritually aligned. That got him. His laugh was quiet, more exhale than sound, but his whole face changed when he laughed, eyes crinkling, the careful guardedness he usually carried loosening just enough to show the person underneath. Linsay's heart did something complicated. Bex is a menace, Mika said, still smiling. Bex is my favorite person. She literally told that guy our oats were mindful. Our oats are extremely mindful. They meditate daily. This time when Mika laughed, Linsay let themselves watch. Just for a second. Just long enough to memorize the way happiness looked on him, open and unguarded and aimed, impossibly, at them. The door chimed again. The spell broke. Mika turned back to his shot, Linsay moved to the grinder, and the morning continued its familiar pattern. But something had shifted, subtle as steam, in the space between them. The lunch rush came and went. By 2 p.m., the shop had settled into its afternoon lull, the peaceful hour when the only customers were people with nowhere urgent to be. Linsay was restocking cups when Mrs. Rivera approached the counter, her book tucked under her arm. "Mija," she said, in that tone that meant she was about to say something pointed while maintaining plausible deniability, "how long have you worked here?" 5 years. Almost 6. "And Mika?" "About 2. Linsay kept their voice carefully neutral. "Why?" Mrs. Rivera's smile was the definition of innocence. "Just curious. You two work well together. That's rare, you know. That kind of rhythm." Behind the register, Bex made a noise that might have been a cough or might have been a poorly suppressed laugh. Linsay shot her a look. Bex examined the ceiling with deep fascination. "We're good coworkers," Linsay said. Mrs. Rivera's eyes, sharp despite her wire-rimmed glasses, held the knowing amusement of someone who'd lived long enough to recognize subtext. "Good coworkers. Of course." She patted Linsay's hand. "Have a lovely afternoon, dear." When she'd settled back at her window seat, Bex leaned across the counter. "She knows." "Knows what?" "That you're..." Bex made a complex gesture that somehow encompassed Linsay's entire existence, "about Mika." "I'm not about Mika." "Linsay. Light of my life. Apple of my eye. You literally smiled at a croissant. It's a good croissant. You're blushing." "I'm not." Linsay pressed their hands to their cheeks. "Warm. Damn it. It's hot in here." Bex's grin was shit-eating. "Look, I'm just saying, if you wanted to, do something about the whole," another gesture, "situation, would be extremely supportive. Also, I would win the office pool." "There's an office pool?" "Vivian started it. She thinks by New Year's. I've got money on Thanksgiving weekend because emotional vulnerability pairs well with family stress." Linsay stared at her. "You're all betting on my love life?" "Love life implies you have one. We're betting on when you'll start having one." Bex softened slightly. "But seriously, Linsay. He brought you a croissant because he was thinking about you. At 6 a.m. On his day off. While running. He's thoughtful. He's into you." "He's not." Linsay stopped. The door had chimed, and Mika was coming back from his break, jacket slung over his shoulder. He caught Linsay's eye and smiled, easy, uncomplicated, the kind of smile that said, "Hello, I'm happy to see you," without requiring any translation. Linsay's heart kicked against their ribs. "Yeah," Bex said quietly, following their gaze. "Totally not into you." The afternoon passed in the familiar rhythm of coffee shop hours. Linsay made drinks, wiped counters, restocked supplies. Normal. Fine. They were not thinking about croissants or smiles or the way Mika's hands looked when he tamped espresso, careful and sure. At 4:30, during a lull, Mika appeared at their elbow with 2 cups. "Break time?" "I'm good." "Linsay." He set 1 cup down in front of them. "When's the last time you sat down?" "I sat down at..." There was. They couldn't actually remember. "I'm fine standing. Humor me." He was already moving toward the back room, carrying his own cup. After a beat, Linsay followed. The break room was small, barely more than a storage closet with delusions of grandeur, but it had a table and 2 chairs and a door that closed. Mika settled into one chair, long legs stretched out, and Linsay took the other. They picked up their cup. Lavender latte. Their comfort order, the one they made for themselves on bad days when the world felt too loud and their skin felt too tight. Mika had made it exactly right, temperature, sweetness, the precise ratio of espresso to milk. "How did you?" "I pay attention." He said it simply, like it wasn't a revelation. Like it wasn't proof of something Linsay's brain was trying very hard not to name. They sipped their latte. Perfect. Of course it was perfect. "So," Mika said, cradling his own cup, "black coffee, always, the expensive single-origin stuff Vivian kept for herself, Topher called the shop. Linsay's shoulders tensed. Vivian told you? No. I answered the phone yesterday when you were in the back. He paused. He seemed insistent. That's one word for it. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. The thing was, with most people, that would be a polite fiction. A conversational escape hatch offered with the quiet expectation that Linsay would take it, would smile and change the subject and keep their mess contained. But Mika's voice held no expectation. He meant it. If Linsay said, I don't want to talk about it, he would let it drop and they could sit here in comfortable silence and that would be okay. Which was maybe why Linsay said, he wants me to come to a family dinner. Mika nodded. Waited. My families, they're not bad people. They're just, Linsay wrapped both hands around their cup, grounding themselves in the warmth. They're trying. Topher especially. But trying looks like a lot of questions I don't want to answer. A lot of, I'm just trying to understand and, help me get it right and it's just, exhausting. You know? Yeah, Mika said quietly. I know. He did. His family wasn't the same kind of exhausting, but Linsay had heard enough stories. Piper's relentless matchmaking, his parents' gentle concern that always felt adjacent to disapproval, to know that he understood the particular weight of being loved by people who couldn't quite figure out how to love you right. You don't have to go, Mika said. I know. But you're thinking about it anyway. Linsay huffed a laugh. Trying to decide if it's worth the emotional labor. Is it? I don't know. They traced the rim of their cup. Topher's my only family left in the city. Since Ren. They stopped. Ren was a whole other complicated knot they didn't want to unravel right now. Since Ren left, Mika finished gently. Yeah. They sat in silence. Not awkward, just shared space, shared air, the kind of quiet that felt less like absence and more like presence. Through the door, the shop hummed with ambient noise, espresso machine, low music, the distant murmur of customers. For what it's worth, Mika said, whatever you decide, it's the right call. You know what you need better than anyone else. Linsay looked at him. Really looked, at the genuine certainty in his expression, the way he sat angled toward them like they were the only thing worth paying attention to. No judgment. No expectation. Just belief. Thank you, they said, and meant it for more than just this conversation. Anytime. Mika smiled. Seriously. Anytime. The moment stretched between them, gentle and weighted with possibility. Linsay could feel it in the air, that particular electricity that meant something could happen, a confession, a question, a line crossed from safe into scary. The break room door swung open. Beck stuck her head in, eyes bright with mischief. Hate to interrupt whatever this is, but we've got customers and I literally cannot make a macchiato to save my life. I've shown you 3 times, Linsay said. And yet my brain refuses to retain the information. It's a medical mystery. She vanished back into the shop. Mika stood, offered Linsay his hand. They took it, his palm warm, his grip steady, and let him pull them to their feet. They stood there, close enough to count his eyelashes, hands still clasped. Back to the chaos? Mika said. Back to the chaos. But neither of them moved. Not yet. For one more breath, they stood in the break room of a coffee shop that smelled like vanilla and possibility, hands linked, edges of something unspoken trembling in the air between them. Then Bex called, Linsay, seriously, I'm going to start crying, and the moment dissolved. Mika squeezed their hand once before letting go. Come on. Let's go save her from herself. The rest of the shift passed in a blur of steaming milk and easy banter. By closing time, Linsay's feet ached in the good way, the way that meant they'd been too busy to notice the hours passing. Mika locked the front door while Linsay counted the register. Bex was in the back, supposedly cleaning but more likely on her phone. Vivian had left at 6, trusting them to close up, she always did on Tuesdays. Drawers even, Linsay called. Nice. Mika appeared at the counter, keys in hand. You want a ride home? Linsay's apartment was a 20-minute walk or a 5-minute drive. They usually walked, like the decompression time, the way the city shifted from work mode to evening mode. But it was cold out, and getting dark earlier now that October had arrived, and the offer was tempting. If you don't mind? I offered, didn't I? His car was a beat-up Honda Civic that had seen better decades. The passenger seat was clear, but the back was a chaos of reusable shopping bags, a gym bag, a sketchbook Linsay had never seen him use. Mika noticed them noticing. I keep meaning to clean it out, he said. No judgment. You should see my apartment. Somehow I doubt it's worse than my car. You'd be surprised. The drive was short, quiet. NPR murmured from the speakers, something about economics that neither of them were really listening to. At a red light, Mika's phone buzzed in the cup holder. He glanced at it and sighed. Piper? Linsay guessed. How'd you know? You only sigh like that for family. She wants me to meet someone. He said it with the exhausted patience of someone who'd had this conversation 1,000 times. A friend from her yoga class. Very nice. Very single. Very interested in meeting me. Are you interested in meeting them? Not even a little bit. The light changed. Mika drove, and Linsay sat with that admission, not even a little bit, and tried not to wonder if it meant anything. She means well, Mika continued. They all do. But it's like they can't understand that I'm fine. I'm not lonely. I'm not missing out. I'm just, he stopped. Waiting for the right person? Linsay offered. Yeah. Something like that. They pulled up in front of Linsay's building, a converted brownstone with decent rent and neighbors who mostly kept to themselves. Linsay unbuckled but didn't immediately get out. Thanks for the ride. Anytime. And the croissant. And the latte. And, they gestured vaguely, encompassing the break room conversation, the quiet understanding, the way Mika made space for them without asking for anything in return. Linsay. Mika's voice was soft. You don't have to thank me for being your friend. Friend. Right. That's what this was. Friendship. The warmth in Linsay's chest and the way their heart kicked up when Mika smiled and the croissant that meant I was thinking of you, all of it fell under the neat, safe category of friendship. Still, they said. Thank you. They got out of the car, pulled their messenger bag over their shoulder, and headed for the building. At the door, they turned back. Mika was still there, window down, watching to make sure they got in safe. Linsay waved. He waved back. Then he pulled away into traffic, taillights disappearing into the evening. Inside their apartment, small, cluttered, home, Linsay dropped their bag by the door, kicked off their shoes, and stood in the middle of the living room, feeling the silence. Not the comfortable kind. The lonely kind. The kind that made them achingly aware of how much space one person took up and how much was left empty. Their phone buzzed. A text from Tessa, dinner Thursday? I need to tell you about the drama at school. Also, I miss your face. Linsay smiled and typed back, my place or yours? Mine. I'll cook. 7. See you then. They set the phone down and looked around their apartment. The reading chair they'd thrifted 3 years ago. The bookshelf overflowing with paperbacks and coffee mugs. The wall where they'd been meaning to hang pictures and kept forgetting. The kitchen that smelled faintly of the curry they'd made 2 nights ago. This was their life. Good job. Good friends. An apartment that was theirs, full of things they'd chosen. It was enough. It was good. It was also achingly, terrifyingly lonely in a way they couldn't quite name. Linsay picked up the chocolate croissant, they'd saved it, wrapped it carefully to bring home, and sat in their reading chair. The pastry was cold now, but still good. Perfect, actually. Just like Mika had known it would be. They pulled out their phone and stared at Topher's text from this morning. Miss you, cousin. Family dinner Sunday? Mom's making lumpia. Their thumb hovered over the keyboard. They could say yes. Endure a few hours of well-meaning questions and careful misgendering and the particular exhaustion of being loved incorrectly. Or they could say no, protect their peace, and deal with the guilt of disappointing people who were genuinely trying. Neither option felt good. Both felt necessary. In the end, they set the phone down without answering and finished their croissant in the quiet of their apartment, thinking about mindful oats and Mika's laugh and the way loneliness and contentment could exist in the same space, the same moment, the same breath. Tomorrow they'd work another shift. Make another 100 drinks. Navigate another day of being seen and unseen in the particular way that had become their normal. And maybe, they'd figure out what to do about the growing certainty that what they felt for Mika was bigger than friendship and more dangerous than a crush. But tonight, they just sat in their chair and let themselves feel it all, the loneliness, the longing, the small perfect joy of having been thought of. The ordinary weight of a life still figuring itself out. It was enough. It had to be. For now. Chapter 2, The Meddling Sister. Mika's phone buzzed for the third time during the Wednesday morning rush, and he knew without looking that it was Piper. His sister had a particular rhythm to her texting, 3 messages in rapid succession, each building on the last like she couldn't contain a single thought in one bubble. He ignored it. The line was 6 deep and Mrs. Rivera had just walked in, which meant he needed to have her courtesy ready before she reached the counter. Some things mattered more than whatever crisis Piper had manufactured this week. Morning, Mrs. Rivera, he said, already pulling the shot. Mijo. She settled at the register, her warm brown eyes crinkling. You're too good to me. Just predictable. He finished the drink with a dusting of cinnamon. She never asked for it, but he'd noticed she always smiled when he added it. How's the shop? Quiet this morning. I'm thinking of rearranging the poetry section. She accepted the courtesy, pressing a 5 into his palm even though he tried to wave her off. For the tip jar, not for you. Buy yourself something nice. Mrs. Rivera. Mijo, I'm 68. Let me spoil you a little. He laughed and put the money in the jar, where Bex would inevitably use it to buy energy drinks. Behind him, he could hear Linsay working through the drink queue with the quiet efficiency that always made the morning feel manageable. They'd been weird yesterday, not bad weird, just aware. Like something had shifted and neither of them wanted to acknowledge it. The croissant had been impulsive. Mika had been running past flour and salt, thinking about nothing in particular, and suddenly he was inside buying chocolate croissants because Linsay had mentioned them once and their face had lit up in that way it did when they talked about things they loved. He'd stood at the counter with a warm pastry in his hand and thought, what am I doing, and then thought, I know exactly what I'm doing, and bought it anyway. His phone buzzed again. Definitely Piper. Someone's popular, Beck said, ringing up the next customer. Someone's sister won't take a hint. Is this about the yoga friend? Probably. You should just tell her you're not interested. I have. Multiple times. Mika handed a cappuccino across the counter. She thinks I'm being too picky. Or, Beck said, her voice dropping to a stage whisper, you could tell her you're already into someone and save yourself the grief. Mika's hands stilled. I'm not. Mika. Light of my life. Apple of my eye. You bought Linsay a chocolate croissant at 6 a.m. I was running past the bakery. You went 3 blocks out of your way. How do you? I have Google Maps and a working knowledge of your running route. Bex's grin was insufferable. Just saying, if you wanted to do something about the whole, she gestured vaguely toward where Linsay was steaming milk, situation, literally everyone would support you. Except Vivian, who'd lose the office pool. There's an office pool? Started by Vivian herself. She's got money on New Year's. Mika stared at her. You're betting on my love life? Technically we're betting on when you'll start having one. Beck softened. But seriously. Life's short. Shoot your shot. Before Mika could formulate a response that didn't involve dying of embarrassment, the door chimed and a woman who could only be Piper swept in. His sister had never learned the concept of subtlety. She moved through the world like it was a stage and she was the star, which, to be fair, was probably how she saw it. Today she was in full athleisure regalia, matching set, hair in a high ponytail, enough enthusiasm for 3 people. Mika. She bypassed the line entirely, propping her elbows on the counter. Why aren't you answering my texts? Because I'm working. I've been texting you for 20 minutes. And I've been working for 3 hours. He kept his voice level. Getting annoyed only encouraged her. What do you need, Pipes? Okay, so. She pulled out her phone, already scrolling. Remember Madison from my yoga class? Vaguely. She's amazing. Like, seriously, you'd love her. She does graphic design and she's super into hiking and she thinks you're cute. I showed her your Instagram, and she wants to meet you. Piper. Just coffee. That's all. 1 coffee. If you hate it, you never have to see her again. I don't want to meet Madison. How do you know if you don't try? Because I know myself well enough to know when I'm not interested. Piper's face fell into the expression she always got when Mika didn't cooperate with her plans, hurt, confused, like she couldn't understand why he wouldn't want what she was offering. Mika, come on. You're almost 30. Don't you want to meet someone? The thing about Piper was that she genuinely meant well. She wanted him happy in the same way she was happy, settled, partnered, planning a wedding. She couldn't comprehend that happiness might look different for different people. I'm fine, he said. You're alone. I'm not lonely. But don't you want? She stopped, noticing Linsay for the first time. Her eyes went wide and calculating in a way that made Mika's stomach drop. Oh. Is this your coworker? Linsay, right? Linsay looked up from the espresso machine, caught off guard. Yeah. Piper. She extended her hand across the counter with the kind of aggressive friendliness that was her default setting. Mika's sister. He's told me about you. He has? Linsay's eyes flicked to Mika, uncertain. Just that we work together, Mika said quickly. Piper, you're holding up the line. There's no line. I'm literally the only one here. Which was true, the rush had ebbed and the shop was momentarily empty. Piper turned back to Linsay, her smile bright and assessing. So you two work together a lot? Most days, Linsay said carefully. That's so nice. It's important to have work friends. The way she emphasized friends made it clear she'd already categorized Linsay as irrelevant to her matchmaking schemes. Mika needs more friends. He's kind of a hermit. Piper. Mika's voice had an edge now. What? You are. When's the last time you went out? Like, actually out, not just running by yourself at dawn. I go out. Coffee shops don't count. I work in a coffee shop. Exactly. She turned back to Linsay like this proved her point. See what I mean? He needs to get out more. Meet people. That's why I want him to meet Madison. She's very social. Goes to gallery openings and stuff. Linsay was doing that thing they did when uncomfortable, fidgeting with their necklaces, looking for an escape route. Mika felt a surge of protective irritation. Piper, I appreciate the thought, but I'm not interested in Madison. Or anyone else from your yoga class. Or your book club. Or your friend's friend who saw my picture and thought I looked sweet. He softened his voice. I know you're trying to help. But I'm okay. Really? Piper studied him, her expression cycling through hurt and frustration before landing on reluctant acceptance. Fine. But you can't blame me for trying. Someone has to look out for you. I can look out for myself. Can you? Because from where I'm standing. Piper. The sharpness in his tone surprised both of them. I love you. But this needs to stop. I'm not a project. I'm not broken. I don't need fixing. Silence stretched between them, taut as wire. Bex had disappeared into the back room with impeccable timing. Linsay was very intently cleaning the steam wand. Finally, Piper sighed. Okay. I hear you. I'm sorry. She didn't sound entirely convinced, but it was something. I just want you to be happy. I am happy. Are you? The question hung in the air. Mika opened his mouth to say yes, of course, why wouldn't I be, but the automatic response stuck in his throat. Was he happy? His life was good. Stable job, decent apartment, family that cared even when they drove him up the wall. He had friends and hobbies and enough money to cover rent with some left over. By any objective measure, he was fine. But there was this persistent, low-grade loneliness that he'd learned to live with. The kind that hit at odd moments, coming home to an empty apartment, eating dinner at a table set for one, waking up on Sunday mornings with no plans and no one to make plans with. He'd gotten good at ignoring it, at filling the space with runs and sketching and NPR podcasts played just loud enough to sound like company. And lately, that loneliness had been getting louder. Harder to ignore. He glanced at Linsay, who was still focused on the steam wand with more attention than it required. Something in his chest pulled tight. I'm happy enough, he said finally. Piper's expression softened. Okay. But if you change your mind, I'll let you know. She nodded, satisfied with this small concession, and pulled out her wallet. Okay. Well. Since I'm here, I'll take a latte. Oat milk. 2 pumps vanilla. Coming right up. She paid, took her drink, and headed for the door. Halfway there, she turned back. Bring someone to the engagement party. Anyone. Even, she gestured at Linsay, your coworker. Just so Mom stops asking if you're okay. Then she was gone, leaving Mika standing at the register with his sister's words echoing in his head, bring someone. Anyone. The shop stayed quiet after Piper left. Bex emerged from the back room with impeccable timing, took one look at Mika's face, and wisely said nothing. Linsay finished their station cleaning and disappeared into the office to review inventory. Mika stood at the register, mechanically wiping down surfaces that didn't need wiping, his mind spinning. Bring someone to the engagement party. It was in 2 weeks. A whole family affair at his parents' house, aunts, uncles, cousins, his parents' friends, everyone gathering to celebrate Piper and Brett's impending marriage. There would be questions. So many questions. His mom's gentle concern, Mika, are you seeing anyone? His dad's more direct, you doing okay, son? Piper's friends asking why he was still single, offering to set him up, treating his lack of relationship like a problem to solve. He could bring someone. Not a date, exactly. Just, someone to deflect the attention. Someone who could stand next to him and make it clear he was fine, he wasn't lonely, he didn't need their concern or their matchmaking. Someone like. No. Absolutely not. Except the thought, once formed, wouldn't leave. Linsay. He could ask Linsay. It would solve everything. They'd show up together, his family would see he was perfectly capable of meeting people on his own, and everyone would leave him alone. It wouldn't have to be weird. They were friends. Friends did favors for each other. Friends asked each other to fake date them to family events. Okay, so maybe friends didn't usually do that. But Linsay would understand. They dealt with their own family pressure, Topher's invasive questions, the dinner invitation they still hadn't responded to. They'd get it. Or they'd think he was completely unhinged. Mika set down his cleaning cloth and stared at the espresso machine, weighing options. The safe thing would be to just endure the party alone, answer the questions with practiced patience, and go home. He'd done it before. He could do it again. But the thought of another family gathering spent explaining himself, fielding setups, watching everyone pair off while he stood on the edges. He didn't want to do it again. Hey. Linsay's voice made him jump. They'd emerged from the office, holding a clipboard. You okay? Yeah. Just thinking. About Piper? That obvious? You've been aggressively cleaning that counter for 5 minutes. I think the finish is going to come off. Linsay set the clipboard down and leaned against the counter, their expression sympathetic. For what it's worth, she seems enthusiastic. That's one word for it. I'm sorry she ambushed you. It's not your fault. Mika managed a smile. That's just what Piper does. She means well. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. And populated entirely by people's well-meaning relatives. Linsay laughed, soft and genuine, and something in Mika's chest settled. This was why he liked working with them. They got it. Got him. Made the chaos feel manageable just by being there. The words were out before he could stop them. Do you want to go to a party with me? Linsay blinked. What? Piper's engagement party. 2 weeks from Saturday. He was committed now, might as well explain. It's going to be the whole family. And they're going to spend the entire time asking why I'm single and trying to set me up with their friends' daughters or sons or whoever they think might make me settle down. And he stopped, trying to find words that didn't sound desperate. I thought if I brought someone, they might back off. At least for one night. You want me to be your, Linsay paused, processing, fake date? Not a date. Just a +1. A friend. Someone to stand next to so I don't look pathetic. You don't look pathetic. Tell that to my mother. Linsay was quiet for a long moment, their expression unreadable. Mika felt his face heat. This was a terrible idea. He'd just asked his coworker, his friend, who he had decidedly uncomplicated feelings for, to pretend to be his date at a family party. They were going to say no and then things would be weird forever and he'd have to find a new job and move to a different city and... Okay, Linsay said. Okay? Yeah. I'll go with you. They shrugged, but something in their eyes looked almost pleased. What are friends for? Relief crashed through him, followed immediately by the realization that he'd just committed to bringing Linsay to a family event where everyone would assume they were dating and ask invasive questions and probably say something embarrassing. This was either the best or worst decision he'd ever made. Thank you, he said. Seriously. You're saving my life. I haven't been to a good party in ages. And your family can't be worse than my family. You say that now. I once had Thanksgiving with 15 relatives who spent the entire meal asking about my lifestyle choices. Linsay made air quotes. I can handle some matchmaking. If you're sure. Mika. They met his eyes, something steady and certain in their expression. I'm sure. We'll go, we'll be charming, and we'll make your family think you're absolutely fine and don't need their help. Easy. Easy, Mika echoed, trying to ignore the way his heart was doing complicated things in his chest. The door chimed. A customer walked in, ending the moment. Linsay moved back to the bar, Mika to the register, and the morning shifted back into its familiar rhythm. But something had changed. They'd made a plan. Set something in motion. In 2 weeks, Mika would bring Linsay to meet his family, and everyone would assume they were together, and they'd have to pretend. Actually, pretending to be with Linsay didn't sound hard at all. That was probably a problem. The rest of Wednesday passed in a blur. Mika kept stealing glances at Linsay, trying to figure out if he'd made a massive mistake. But they seemed fine, normal, even. Laughing with Bex about something, making drinks with their usual competence, humming along to the shop's playlist. At closing, Linsay lingered by the door while Mika locked up. So, they said. What's the dress code for this party? Casual nice? Piper will be dressed to the nines, but the rest of us can get away with jeans and a decent shirt. I can do that. You don't have to, wear whatever you're comfortable in. Linsay smiled. Mika. It's fine. I've got this. They headed toward the street, and Mika fell into step beside them. It was dark now, the city lit up in gold and neon. Linsay pulled their jacket tighter against the October chill. "Do I need a backstory?" they asked. "A what?" "A backstory. For how we met. How long we've been together. That kind of thing." "Oh." Mika hadn't thought that far ahead. "I guess we could say we met at work." "Which is true. And we've been friends for a while." "Also true. And recently we started spending more time together." "Still true." Linsay glanced at him. "We don't have to lie. We just have to let them make assumptions." "Right. Assumptions." They walked in comfortable silence for a block. Then Linsay said, "For the record, I have my own ulterior motive." "Yeah?" "Topher's been on me about family dinner. If I show up to your family thing as your +1, I can tell him I already have plans. It buys me time to figure out if I actually want to go to his thing. So we're mutually using each other." "Exactly. It's perfect." Mika laughed, the sound surprising him. "Yeah. Perfect." They reached the corner where they usually parted ways, Linsay's apartment to the left, Mika's to the right. They stood under the streetlight, breath clouding in the cold air. "Thanks again," Mika said. "I know it's a weird ask." "It's not that weird. I've done weirder things for friends." "Like what?" "Like agreeing to fake date my coworker so he can avoid his family's matchmaking." Linsay's smile was soft, almost fond. "See you tomorrow?" "Yeah. Tomorrow." They headed left. Mika watched them go, standing under the streetlight like an idiot, until they turned the corner and disappeared. Then he walked home to his apartment, his brain already spinning with everything that could go wrong with this plan. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Something that felt dangerously close to hope. Thursday morning, Mika woke up to a text from Piper. "Saw your Instagram story. You looked happy at work. That's good. Love you." He frowned. He hadn't posted an Instagram story. But when he checked, there was a video, grainy, clearly filmed covertly, of him and Linsay at the espresso machine, laughing about something. Bex must have posted it from the shop account and tagged him. In the video, Linsay was smiling at him, eyes bright, and Mika was looking at them like, "Oh no." He looked at Linsay like they hung the moon. Mika deleted the tag, which didn't delete Piper seeing it, which meant she'd already formed opinions he'd have to deal with later. He dropped his phone on the nightstand and stared at the ceiling. This fake dating plan was either going to solve all his problems or create entirely new ones. He was starting to suspect it might be both. Chapter 3, A Modest Proposal. Linsay's apartment always looked worse on Thursday evenings, right before Tessa came over. Not actually worse, the same level of lived-in chaos it always was, but Linsay suddenly saw it through someone else's eyes. The stack of unread books on the coffee table. The 3 mugs congregating on the side table. The laundry basket that had been sitting in the corner for a week with the vague promise of being folded. They did a hasty tidy, shoving things into closets and wiping down surfaces, then gave up halfway through and decided Tessa had seen worse. At 7:03, there was a knock. Linsay opened the door to find their best friend holding a grocery bag and wearing an expression of barely contained glee. "Okay," Tessa said, pushing past into the apartment. "Spill." "Immediately." "Hello to you too." "Linsay. You texted me something happened 3 hours ago and then went radio silent. I've been in agony." She set the grocery bag on the counter and started unpacking ingredients for her famous coconut curry. "Talk." Linsay leaned against the counter, trying to figure out where to start. "I agreed to fake date Mika." Tessa froze, a can of coconut milk in her hand. "I'm sorry, you what?" "Fake date Mika. For his sister's engagement party." "Okay, I'm going to need significantly more context." Tessa set down the can with careful precision, like sudden movements might shatter this moment. Start from the beginning. Use small words. I'm in shock. So Linsay told her. About Piper showing up at the shop, about Mika asking if they'd come to the party, about agreeing because it seemed simple and helpful and also because they had their own family pressure to avoid. And you're sure this is fake, Tessa said slowly. Of course it's fake. He literally said, not a date. Uh-huh. And you're going to his family's party. Meeting his relatives. Pretending to be together. To deflect attention. It's strategic. Linsay. Tessa pulled out a cutting board and started chopping onions with more force than strictly necessary. Do you hear yourself? What? You're going to fake date your crush. He's not, I don't, Linsay stopped. There was no point lying to Tessa. Okay, fine. But that's exactly why this works. I can spend time with him without the pressure of it being real. And he gets his family off his back. Win-win. Or lose-lose when you have to watch him introduce you as just a friend for an entire evening. Better than watching from a distance. Tessa sighed and pointed the knife at Linsay. You're going to get hurt. I'm going to be fine. You're going to catch feelings. I already have feelings. This doesn't change that. Actually, this is worse. Because now you're going to get a taste of what being with him feels like, and then you're going to have to give it back. Tessa scraped the onions into a pan, the sizzle filling the kitchen. I love you. You know that. But this is a terrible idea. Noted. I'm serious, Linz. I know. Linsay grabbed plates from the cabinet, needing something to do with their hands. But I already said yes. And honestly? Even if it's just pretend, I want to see what it feels like. To be the person he chooses, even if it's fake. Tessa's expression softened. Oh, honey. I know it's stupid. It's not stupid. It's just, she stirred the curry, adding spices with the ease of long practice. I want you to be careful. That's all. I'm always careful. That's the problem. When are you going to stop being careful and actually go for what you want? The question hung in the air between them. Linsay set the plates down and leaned against the counter, watching Tessa cook. I don't know, they said quietly. Maybe this is me going for it. In my own weird, emotionally constipated way. Tessa laughed despite herself. Okay. Yeah. I can see that. She added coconut milk to the pan, the kitchen filling with the smell of lemongrass and ginger. So what's the plan? Are you going to tell him how you feel? God, no. Why not? Because he asked me to fake date him, Tess. Not real date him. If he was interested, he would have asked differently. Or he's also emotionally constipated and this is his way of spending time with you without the pressure of it being real. You think? Hope flared in Linsay's chest before they could stop it. I think you should talk to him. And say what? Hey, I know you asked me to pretend to be your date, but actually I have real feelings for you and have for months. That's a great way to make everything weird. Everything's already weird. You're literally fake dating. Fake dating has rules. Boundaries. Real feelings make it complicated. Tessa sighed and turned off the stove. Okay. You want my actual advice? Always. Go to the party. Have fun. See how it feels. And if you get the sense that he might feel the same way, you have to promise me you'll say something. Tessa. Promise me. Because watching you pine from a distance is killing me, and I refuse to watch you pine from up close too. Linsay met their best friend's eyes. Tessa had been there for everything, the coming out, the bad year, the slow rebuilding of a life that felt livable. She'd held Linsay through panic attacks and celebrated tiny victories and never once made them feel like they were too much or not enough. I promise, Linsay said. If I get a real sign that he's interested, I'll say something. Good. Tessa dished out curry over rice, the steam rising between them. Now eat. And tell me every single detail about how this fake dating plan came to be, because I need to live vicariously through your terrible decisions. They ate on the couch, plates balanced on their knees, while Linsay recounted the whole story. Tessa listened with the focused attention she usually reserved for her students, asking clarifying questions and making commentary that ranged from supportive to gently mocking. So Bex knew before you did that there was something between you, Tessa said, spearing a piece of potato. Bex is eerily perceptive. Or you're both incredibly obvious. We're not obvious. Linz, he bought you a croissant because he thought of you while running at dawn. He's thoughtful. He's into you. You don't know that. I know that thoughtful and into you are not mutually exclusive. Tessa set her empty plate on the coffee table. Okay. So. Logistics. What are you wearing? To the party? I don't know. Jeans? A nice shirt? Define nice. I have that green button down. The one that makes your eyes look amazing? Perfect. Wear that. Tessa was already planning, her teacher brain shifting into organizational mode. And do the thing with your hair where you leave it down but pin the front back. It's not a real date. But you want to look good anyway. Obviously. Then trust me on this. Green shirt, hair down, those boots you have that aren't Converse. Tessa grabbed her phone. I'm making you a Pinterest board. That's not necessary. It's absolutely necessary. You're going to show up looking fantastic and his entire family is going to understand why he brought you. Linsay felt warmth spread through their chest, gratitude and affection and the particular comfort of being known. Thank you. For what? For not telling me I'm an idiot. Oh, you're definitely an idiot. But you're my idiot. Tessa bumped their shoulder. And for the record, I think he'd be lucky to have you. Fake or otherwise. Later, after Tessa left and Linsay was cleaning up the dinner dishes, their phone buzzed. Mika, hey. Just wanted to say thanks again for agreeing to this. I know it's a weird ask. Linsay, not weird. Happy to help. Mika, my brother asked if I was bringing someone to the party. I said yes. He seemed pleased. Linsay, is that good? Mika, better than the alternative, which is everyone treating me like a project. Linsay, I'm familiar with that experience. Mika, right. How's your cousin's situation? Linsay, still unanswered. I'm a champion at avoidance. Mika, that's fair. Family stuff is hard. Linsay, understatement of the century. There was a pause. Linsay could see the 3 dots indicating Mika was typing, then they disappeared. Then appeared again. Mika, do you want to run through the backstory? So we're on the same page? Linsay, sure. What do you need? Mika, how we met, work, how long we've been seeing each other, recently, basic facts they might ask about you. Linsay, okay. Recent as in? Mika, a month? 2 months? Long enough that it's serious enough to bring you to a family party, but new enough that we haven't talked about it much yet. Linsay, that works. What do they need to know about me? Mika, whatever you're comfortable sharing. They'll ask about your job, your family, your interests. Standard interrogation stuff. Linsay, job, barista. Family, complicated. Interests, reading, coffee, existing in public without explaining myself. Mika, that last one is extremely relatable. Linsay, what will they ask you about us? Mika, probably how we got together, what I like about you, if it's serious. Linsay, and you'll say. Mika, that we've been friends for a while, we started spending more time together, and I like that you're easy to talk to and you make me laugh. Linsay stared at the message, their heart doing complicated things. He liked that they made him laugh. He thought they were easy to talk to. These were real things, not fake dating script. These were true. Linsay, What should I say I like about you? The three dots appeared and disappeared several times. Mika, whatever feels natural. We don't have to script everything. We know each other well enough that it shouldn't be hard to be convincing. Linsay, right. Convincing. Mika, sorry, is this too much? We don't have to overthink it. Linsay, no, it's fine. I just want to make sure I don't accidentally say something that contradicts your story. Mika, I don't think that'll be a problem. You're good at reading situations. Linsay, years of customer service training. Mika, it shows. In a good way. Linsay, thanks. Mika, anyway. I should let you go. Just wanted to check in. Linsay, anytime. See you tomorrow? Mika, yeah. Tomorrow. Linsay set their phone down and stood in their kitchen, dishes half-washed, thinking about the party and the plan and the way Mika had said I like that you make me laugh like it was a simple fact instead of something that made Linsay's whole chest feel warm. This was fine. This was manageable. They'd go to the party, play the part, and come home with their heart intact. Probably. Maybe. They picked up their phone and opened the thread with Tessa. Linsay, I'm in trouble. Tessa, I know, babe. I know. Friday at the shop, Linsay was restocking the pastry case when Vivian appeared at their elbow. Can we talk? Vivian asked. Office? Linsay followed her to the small office at the back of the shop, their stomach knotting with undefined anxiety. Had they done something wrong? Was the inventory off? Had a customer complained? Vivian settled into her chair and gestured for Linsay to take the other seat. I wanted to check in. How are you doing? Fine. It came out as a question. Mika mentioned you're going to his sister's engagement party with him. Oh. Yeah. He asked me to come as a friend. His family's been pressuring him about dating and he wanted backup. The words came out smooth, practiced. A neat half-truth. Vivian's expression was kind but knowing. That's very nice of you. It's not a big deal. Isn't it? Linsay met their boss's eyes. Vivian had always been careful not to pry, but she saw things. Noticed things. The way Linsay and Mika orbited each other, the small kindnesses, the lingering looks. It's just as friends, Linsay said. Of course. Vivian's tone suggested she didn't believe that for a second. I just want to make sure you're being careful. With your heart. I'm always careful. That's what worries me. Vivian leaned forward, her expression gentle. Linsay, you're one of the best people I know. You're kind and thoughtful and you work harder than anyone should have to. But you're also very good at protecting yourself by not asking for what you want. Linsay stopped. There was no good defense against the truth. I'm not telling you what to do, Vivian continued. But I've watched you and Mika dance around each other for 2 years now. And I wonder if maybe this party might be an opportunity. If you wanted it to be. He asked me to fake date him, Vivian. Not real date him. Did he use those words? Fake date? Linsay thought back. He said not a date. Just a +1. A friend. Interesting. What's interesting about that? He didn't say fake. He said friend. Vivian smiled. There's room between those things. If you're brave enough to look for it. And if I'm not? Then you go to the party, have a nice time, and come back on Monday like nothing happened. That's okay too. She stood, indicating the conversation was over. I just want you to know that you deserve to ask for what you want. Even if it's scary. After Vivian left, Linsay sat in the office, staring at the schedule on the wall without really seeing it. You deserve to ask for what you want. The problem was, Linsay wasn't entirely sure what they wanted anymore. Safety? Or the terrifying possibility of something real? Saturday afternoon, Linsay found themselves at Tessa's apartment, ostensibly to help her grade papers but actually to stress about the party that was now only a week away. "I need ground rules," Linsay said, sprawled on Tessa's couch while their friend marked essays with a red pen. "For what?" "The fake dating thing. Boundaries. So I don't accidentally do something stupid like catch real feelings." "You already have real feelings." "More real feelings." Tessa set down her pen. "Okay. Ground rules. Let's hear them." Linsay pulled out their phone and opened their notes app. "No hand-holding unless absolutely necessary for the performance." "Define necessary." "I don't know. If his family is watching?" "Okay. Next. No kissing. Even fake kissing?" "Especially fake kissing." "What if the moment calls for it?" "Then the moment can go uncalled for." Linsay typed furiously. "No excessive eye contact. No inside jokes that make it feel too real. No." "Linsay." Tessa's voice was gentle. "These rules are just going to make it harder." "How?" "Because you're already thinking about all the things you want to do and telling yourself you can't. That's not protection. That's torture." "So what do I do?" "Go to the party. Be yourself. See what happens." Tessa picked up her pen again. "And maybe, let yourself enjoy it. Even if it's just pretend." Linsay stared at their list of rules, then deleted it. "You're right. I usually am. If I get hurt, then I'll be there with ice cream and terrible movies and the kind of validation that only a best friend can provide." Tessa looked up, her expression serious. "But Linz, what if you don't get hurt? What if this is the thing that finally makes you both wake up and realize what everyone else already sees? Which is that you're perfect for each other. And you're both just too scared to admit it." Linsay wanted to argue. To point out all the reasons that was impossible. But the words stuck in their throat, replaced by a dangerous, fragile hope. What if? Sunday morning, Linsay was drinking coffee in their reading chair when their phone rang. Topher. They stared at the screen, thumb hovering over the decline button. Then they thought about what Vivian had said. About asking for what they wanted. About being brave. They answered. "Hey, Toph." "Linz." Finally. Topher's voice was too loud, too enthusiastic. "I was starting to think you were avoiding me." "Just busy." "Right. Well. About that dinner, Mom's really excited to see you." "It's been months." "I know. So you'll come? This Sunday?" Linsay took a breath. "I can't. I have plans." "Plans?" "I'm going to a friend's family party. It's kind of important." "Oh." Topher sounded surprised. "Okay. That's good. That you're, doing social things. Meeting people." There it was. The implication that Linsay's life was somehow incomplete without constant social engagement. That choosing solitude meant something was wrong. "I'm doing fine, Toph." "I know. I didn't mean, I just want to make sure you're okay. After everything with Ren." "I'm okay. Because if you need to talk." "I don't. But thank you." Linsay softened their voice. "I appreciate that you're checking in." "I do. But I need you to trust that I know what I need." Topher was quiet for a moment. Then, "Okay. Yeah. I can do that. But maybe next month? For dinner? Maybe. I'll let you know." After they hung up, Linsay sat in the quiet of their apartment, feeling something shift. They'd set a boundary. Small, but real. It felt good. Their phone buzzed with a text from Mika. "Parties at 6 next Saturday. Want me to pick you up at 5:30? Linsay, "That works. Should I bring anything?" Mika, "Just yourself." And maybe emotional armor. My family can be a lot. Linsay, I'm from a Filipino family. I know from a lot. Mika, right. You're going to fit right in. Linsay, is that good or bad? Mika, remains to be seen. Linsay, helpful. Mika, I try. Linsay, see you Monday? Mika, see you Monday. 1 week. 7 days until Linsay walked into Mika's family home on his arm, pretending to be something they desperately wanted to be for real. 7 days to prepare. 7 days to convince themselves this was a good idea. 7 days to not fall any more in love than they already were. It would be fine. Probably. Maybe. They picked up their coffee and tried very hard to believe it. Chapter 4, The Performance Begins. Saturday arrived with the kind of crisp autumn weather that made Linsay feel like they were walking through a postcard. The sky was impossibly blue, the air sharp with the promise of winter, and their anxiety was at a steady simmer that threatened to boil over at any moment. They'd changed outfits 3 times. The green button-down that Tessa recommended? Too formal. Jeans and a flannel? Too casual. Black slacks and a gray sweater? Too funeral. Finally, they settled on dark jeans, the green button-down. Tessa was right, it did make their eyes look good, and a charcoal cardigan that split the difference between trying and not trying too hard. They left their hair down with the front pinned back, added their usual layered necklaces, and stared at themselves in the mirror. They looked fine. Normal. Like someone who could plausibly be dating Mika, if you squinted and believed in the kind of romantic comedies where people's lives magically aligned. Their phone buzzed. Mika, downstairs. Linsay grabbed their jacket, checked their pockets for keys and phone, and headed down to find Mika's Civic idling at the curb. He got out when he saw them, which was unnecessarily gentlemanly for a fake date, and Linsay's heart did that annoying thing where it kicked against their ribs. He looked good. Better than good. Dark jeans, a deep blue Henley that brought out his eyes, hair actually styled instead of falling into his face. He'd made an effort. For his family, obviously. Not for Linsay. Hey, he said, and his smile was nervous in a way that made him seem younger. You look nice. Thanks. You too. I'm terrified. That makes 2 of us. He laughed, some of the tension bleeding from his shoulders. Okay. Ground rules before we go in. My mom is going to ask a million questions. My dad is going to be awkwardly enthusiastic. Piper is going to take credit for us getting together even though we met at work. And everyone, is going to have opinions. Noted. You can bail whenever you want. Just say you're not feeling well and I'll drive you home. Mika, I'm not going to bail. But if you want to. I'm not going to want to. Linsay met his eyes. We're in this together, remember? Something shifted in his expression, gratitude, maybe, or relief. Right. Together. The drive to his parents' house took 20 minutes, cutting through neighborhoods that gradually got nicer until they were in proper suburb territory. Mika's childhood home was a tidy 2-story with a well-maintained lawn and enough cars in the driveway to indicate this party was well attended. Ready? Mika asked, killing the engine. No. Let's do it anyway. They got out. Mika came around the car and, after a moment's hesitation, offered his hand. Linsay took it, his palm warm against theirs, and they walked up the driveway like people who did this all the time. The front door opened before they reached it. A man who had to be Mika's older brother stood in the doorway, grinning. Finally, he said. The mysterious +1. Linsay, this is my brother Daryl. Mika's hand tightened slightly around theirs. Daryl, this is Linsay. Nice to meet you, Linsay said. Daryl's handshake was firm, his smile genuine. He had Mika's eyes but a broader build, the kind of presence that came from being comfortable in his own skin. Come in, come in. Mom's in the kitchen, Dad's commandeering the grill, and Piper's holding court in the living room. The house smelled like grilled meat and something sweet, baked goods, maybe. Linsay followed Mika through the entryway, taking in family photos on the walls, the lived-in coziness of a house that had been well-loved for decades. In the living room, Piper spotted them immediately. "Mika." She swept over, all energy and enthusiasm, and pulled him into a hug before turning her attention to Linsay. "And you brought your coworker. How nice." There was something pointed in the way she said coworker, like she was emphasizing it for the room. Linsay kept their expression neutral. "Nice to see you again, Piper," they said. "You too. Come meet everyone." She grabbed Linsay's free hand, Mika still had the other, and dragged them toward a cluster of people. "Everyone, this is Linsay. They work with Mika. At the coffee shop." Introductions blurred together. Aunts and uncles whose names Linsay immediately forgot. Cousins who sized them up with varying degrees of interest. Piper's fiancé Brett, who had the bland handsomeness of someone in a toothpaste commercial and seemed perfectly nice if deeply forgettable. Through it all, Mika kept hold of Linsay's hand, anchoring them, making it clear without words that they were here together, that Linsay belonged. Mika. A woman who could only be his mother emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She was small, elegant, with silver threading through her black hair and the kind of face that showed every emotion. Right now, delighted surprise. "Mom, this is Linsay." Mika's voice was careful, like he was expecting her to say something embarrassing. "Linsay, my mom." "It's wonderful to meet you, Mrs. Tanaka," Linsay said. "Oh, call me Keiko, please." She pulled Linsay into a hug that smelled like jasmine and flower. "Mika didn't tell us he was bringing someone." "What a lovely surprise." "I mentioned it," Mika said. "You said, I'm bringing a friend. That's not the same as bringing someone." She stepped back, still holding Linsay's shoulders, and studied their face with the intensity of someone cataloging details. "How long have you two been seeing each other?" "About 2 months, Mika said, sticking to the script. 2 months. And we're just hearing about it now? We wanted to keep it quiet. See how things went." "And?" Keiko looked between them, her expression hopeful. "And it's going really well," Linsay said, squeezing Mika's hand for emphasis. Keiko beamed. "I'm so happy for you both. Come, you must be hungry. There's food in the dining room." She swept back to the kitchen, leaving them standing in the living room surrounded by curious relatives. "That went well," Mika murmured. "Your mom is lovely. She's also going to interrogate you the second she gets you alone." "I can handle interrogation." Famous last words. The party was overwhelming in the specific way that family gatherings always were: too loud, too crowded, too many conversations happening at once. But Linsay found themselves settling into it, helped by Mika's steady presence at their side. They made their way to the backyard, where Mika's dad was manning a grill loaded with chicken and vegetables. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with Mika's quiet demeanor and an easy smile. "Dad," Mika said. "This is Linsay." Mr. Tanaka, call me James, shook their hand with the kind of grip that suggested he was carefully moderating his strength. "Good to meet you. Mika talks about you." "He does?" Linsay glanced at Mika, who developed a sudden fascination with the grill. "Sure. Says you make the best lattes in the city." James flipped a chicken breast with practiced ease. "That's high praise from my son. He's picky about his coffee." "It's an art form," Mika muttered. "It's hot bean water," James said, but his tone was affectionate. "You staying for dinner?" "If that's okay," Linsay said. "More than okay. Always good to meet Mika's friends." There was a weight to the word friends, a gentle emphasis that suggested he knew or suspected more. "Grab a plate. Food's almost ready." They drifted back inside, and Daryl materialized at Mika's other side. "So," he said, voice low. "This is new." "What's new?" "You. With someone. Looking happy." I look happy. You haven't stopped smiling since you walked in. Daryl clapped him on the shoulder. Good for you, little bro. Mika's ears went pink. Linsay pretended not to notice, focusing instead on navigating the crowd. Someone handed them a plate. Someone else asked where they were from. The questions came in waves. Where did you grow up? What do you do? How did you meet Mika? What are your intentions? That last one came from an aunt whose name Linsay had already forgotten. She was tiny, sharp-eyed, and had the air of someone who'd raised 6 children and taken no nonsense from any of them. My intentions? Linsay repeated. With Mika. You are dating him, yes? We are. Good. He's a good boy. Deserves someone nice. She patted Linsay's arm. You seem nice. Don't break his heart. I won't. See that you don't. She smiled, the sharpness softening. Now eat. You're too skinny. After she left, Mika appeared with 2 plates piled with food. Auntie Yuki got to you. Is she always that intense? That was her being gentle. She likes you. How can you tell? She didn't ask about your 5-year plan or your relationship with God. He handed Linsay a plate. Come on. There's a quiet corner in the den where we can hide. The den was mercifully empty, a small room with a couch, a TV, and enough family photos to wallpaper a museum. Linsay sank onto the couch and picked at their food, the adrenaline of performance starting to fade into exhaustion. You doing okay? Mika asked, settling beside them. Yeah. Your family is. A lot? I was going to say nice. They are. They're also incredibly nosy and have 0 sense of boundaries. He took a bite of chicken. Sorry if it's overwhelming. It's fine. Better than fine. They clearly love you. They clearly want me settled down and married before I hit 30. Is that so bad? It is when they don't care who I settle down with, just that I do it. He set his plate down, suddenly restless. Sorry. That came out more bitter than I meant it. No, I get it. Linsay set their own plate aside. My family's the same. Like they have this checklist of acceptable life choices and anything outside that is just, not compute. Exactly. Mika turned to face them, one leg tucked under him. It's exhausting. Constantly explaining that I'm fine, I'm happy, I don't need fixing. But are you? Am I what? Happy. The question hung between them. Mika opened his mouth, closed it, looked away. I don't know, he said finally. I'm content. Is that the same thing? I don't think so. What about you? Are you happy? Linsay thought about their apartment, their job, their carefully constructed life. About Tessa and Vivian and the quiet satisfaction of making a good drink. About this moment, sitting in Mika's childhood home with a plate of cooling food and a question they didn't know how to answer. I'm content, they said. Most of the time. And then sometimes I'm achingly, terrifyingly lonely in a way I can't explain. Yeah. Mika's voice was soft. Yeah, I know that feeling. Their eyes met. Something passed between them, recognition, maybe. Understanding. The particular intimacy of being seen. The door burst open. Piper stood in the doorway, hands on her hips. There you are. You can't hide at your own family party. I'm not hiding, Mika said. I'm taking a break. Well, break's over. Mom wants to do toasts and you need to be there. She grabbed Mika's hand and hauled him to his feet. You too, Linsay. Come on. The toasts were exactly what Linsay expected, sentimental, slightly drunk, full of inside jokes and memories. Piper cried. Brett looked overwhelmed. Keiko gave a speech about love and family that made half the room tear up. And then James raised his glass and said, to new beginnings. And to Mika, who finally brought someone home. We were starting to worry. The room laughed. Mika went red. Linsay squeezed his hand under the table. To new beginnings, everyone echoed, glasses clinking. After the toasts, the party shifted into that comfortable post-dinner phase where people clustered in small groups, conversation flowing easier with wine and full stomachs. Linsay found themselves cornered by Keiko in the kitchen. "Help me with the dishes," she asked, and it wasn't really a question. Linsay took a dish towel. Of course. They worked in silence for a few minutes, Keiko washing, Linsay drying. The kitchen was warm, steam rising from the sink, the sounds of the party muffled by the closed door. "You're good for him," Keiko said suddenly. Linsay nearly dropped the plate they were holding. "Sorry?" "Mika. You're good for him. I can tell. We've only been together a couple months. Long enough to see how you look at each other." Keiko handed over a serving platter. "He's lighter when you're around. Less careful." "He's always careful." "Exactly. It's exhausting, watching him tiptoe through his own life." She paused, hands still in the soapy water. "He was bullied in high school." "Did he tell you?" "No. Nothing dramatic. Just the usual teenage cruelty. But it made him cautious. Made him think he had to be perfect or invisible to be safe." She pulled the plug, the water draining with a gurgle. "Seeing him with you, seeing him just be himself, that's a gift." Linsay's throat tightened. "I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything. Just," Keiko dried her hands and turned to face Linsay fully. "Just keep being someone he can be himself around. That's all I want for him. To be seen. To be known. To not have to perform." "If only you knew," Linsay thought. "If only you knew this whole thing is a performance." "I'll do my best," they said. Keiko smiled and patted their cheek. "That's all anyone can do." By 9 o'clock, Linsay's social battery was running on fumes. They found Mika on the back porch, leaning against the railing and staring at the darkened yard. "Hey," Linsay said. "You okay?" "Yeah. Just needed air." They stood beside him, shoulders nearly touching. The night was cold, clear, stars visible despite the suburb's light pollution. "Your mom cornered me," Linsay said. "Oh God. What did she say?" "That I'm good for you. That you seem lighter." "She said that?" "Word for word." Mika was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Do I seem lighter?" "I don't know. Maybe." Linsay turned to face him. "Do I seem different around you?" "Yes. Less guarded." "Is that good?" "I think so. I hope so." They stood there, breath clouding in the cold air, so close that Linsay could count Mika's eyelashes if they wanted to. "Thank you," Mika said quietly. "For doing this. For being here. For not making me do this alone." "You don't have to thank me." "I want to." The back door opened. Daryl stuck his head out. "Sorry to interrupt. Mom's asking where you went." "We're coming," Mika said. But neither of them moved. Not yet. For one more breath, they stood on the back porch of Mika's childhood home, close enough to touch, suspended in a moment that felt too fragile to name. Then Mika stepped back. "Come on. Let's face the chaos." They stayed for another hour, navigating conversations and deflecting questions and playing the part so convincingly that Linsay almost forgot they were playing. Finally, at 10:30, they made their excuses. Keiko hugged them both, made Linsay promise to come back soon, and sent them off with enough leftovers to feed them for a week. In the car, they sat in silence for a moment before Mika started the engine. "We did it," he said. "We did. They believed us. Of course they did. We're very convincing." "Yeah." Something in his voice was strange, wistful, maybe. "Very convincing." The drive back was quiet. NPR played soft news in the background. Linsay watched the streetlights blur past, exhaustion settling into their bones. When Mika pulled up in front of their building, Linsay unbuckled but didn't immediately get out. "Your family is really nice," they said. "They liked you." "I liked them. Even Auntie Yuki?" "Especially Auntie Yuki." Linsay smiled. "Thanks for bringing me. It was nice being part of something like that. You can be part of it anytime. They'd love to see you again." "Mika. I know. This was just for the party." "I'm not," he stopped, started again. "I'm not assuming anything. I just mean, if you wanted to come to family dinners or whatever, you'd be welcome. As a friend." "As a friend. Right. I'll keep that in mind," Linsay said. They got out, grabbed the container of leftovers, and headed for their building. At the door, they turned back. Mika was still there, window down, watching. They waved. He waved back. And then he drove away, and Linsay climbed the stairs to their empty apartment, container of leftovers in hand, feeling the particular ache of something that was almost real but not quite. Inside, they set the food in the fridge, changed into pajamas, and sat in their reading chair with their phone. One new text from Tessa: "How did it go?" Linsay: "It went well. Too well." Tessa: "Oh." Linsay: "His family thinks we're actually together. His mom said I'm good for him. We had a moment on the back porch that felt incredibly real." Tessa: "And?" Linsay: "And then he called me a friend." Tessa: "Oh honey." Linsay: "I'm in so much trouble, Tess." Tessa: "I know. Want me to come over?" Linsay: "No. I'm okay. I think. Maybe." Tessa: "Call me if you need me. Anytime." Linsay: "Thanks. Love you." Tessa: "Love you too." Linsay set the phone down and sat in the dark, feeling the weight of the evening settle around them. They'd done what they'd agreed to do. Played the part. Convinced his family. Succeeded. So why did success feel so much like loss? Chapter 5: Coffee Dates and Crossed Wires. Monday morning arrived with the kind of rain that made the city feel muffled and gray. Linsay showed up to work 10 minutes early, their umbrella dripping in the stand by the door, and found Mika already there, pulling shots with the focused precision that meant he was thinking too hard about something. "Morning," Linsay said. He looked up, and his face did that thing it had been doing since Saturday, softening, opening, like seeing them was a relief. "Morning. How was your Sunday?" "Quiet. You?" "Family brunch. Everyone wanted to talk about you." Linsay's stomach flipped. "Good talk or bad talk?" "Good. Very good. My mom wants to know when you're coming back for dinner." He handed them an already prepared latte. "Made it how you like it. Lavender. Extra hot. The exact amount of sweetness." Linsay wrapped both hands around the cup, using it to ground themselves against the way Mika's casual thoughtfulness made their heart do complicated things. "You didn't have to do that." "I wanted to." There it was again. "I wanted to. Not I thought you might need it or it was convenient. Just the simple truth of wanting to do something nice." The door chimed. Bex arrived in a flurry of damp purple hair and dramatic sighing. "It's wet. Why is everything wet? I hate October." "You love October," Linsay said. "I love the aesthetic of October. The reality is just cold rain and my boots getting ruined." She shook off her jacket and headed for the back room. "Also, important question, how was the party?" "Fine," Linsay said. "Fine? That's all I get? You fake dated Mika at a family party and all I get is fine?" "It went well. His family was nice. We were convincing." "Convincing." Bex's grin was knowing. "Right. Convincing. Before Linsay could formulate a defense, Vivian emerged from the office. Morning meeting in 5. Bex, can you flip the sign? Linsay, Mika, office please. They exchanged glances. Morning meetings weren't unusual, but the specific summoning was. In the office, Vivian settled behind her desk and gestured for them to sit. She looked tired in a way that made Linsay's chest tighten with concern. I wanted to talk to you both before the day gets chaotic, she said. I've been thinking about succession planning. Silence. Succession planning, Mika repeated carefully. I'm not retiring tomorrow. But I'm also not getting younger, and I'd like to have a plan in place. She folded her hands on the desk. I built this place from nothing. It matters to me that it continues to be what it is, a community space, not just a business. And I think you two understand that. Vivian, Linsay started. I'm not asking for decisions now. I'm just planting the seed. Over the next year, I'll be gradually stepping back. Giving you two more responsibility. More decision-making power. And when the time comes, if you're interested, I'd like to talk about you taking over ownership. Together. The weight of it settled over the room. Ownership. Running the shop. Building something permanent. Why us? Mika asked. Because you care about more than profit margins. Because you know the regulars by name. Because you understand that a good coffee shop is about connection, not just caffeine. She smiled. And because I've watched you work together for 2 years and you have exactly the kind of partnership this place needs. Partnership. The word hung in the air. Think about it, Vivian said. No pressure. But I wanted you to know you have options. Both of you. After the meeting, they stood in the hallway outside the office, processing. That was unexpected, Mika said. Completely. Partnership. She said partnership. Would you want that? Running the shop. Linsay thought about it. About waking up every day knowing this place was theirs. About building something lasting. About doing it with Mika. Maybe, they said. Yeah. Maybe. Me too. Their eyes met. Something passed between them, possibility, excitement, the terrifying prospect of building a future together. We should talk about it, Mika said. Really talk. Not now, but soon. Yeah. Soon. The door chimed. The morning rush began. And for the next 4 hours, they didn't have time to think about anything except drink orders and customer service and the familiar rhythm of work. The week settled into a new pattern. Surface level normal, same shifts, same routines, same comfortable working relationship. But underneath, something had shifted. They were more aware of each other. Stood closer. Found excuses to touch, a hand on a shoulder, fingers brushing during handoffs, the casual intimacy of people who'd stopped maintaining distance. On Wednesday, Mrs. Rivera came in during the afternoon lull and fixed Linsay with her knowing gaze. Mijo, she said. You look troubled. I'm fine. That's what people say when they're not fine. She settled at her usual table with her courtier. Want to talk about it? Linsay glanced toward the back where Mika was restocking. It's complicated. Love usually is. It's not, we're not, Linsay stopped. How did you know? Mija, I've watched you two dance around each other for months. Saturday you went to a party together. Monday you came back different. She sipped her coffee. Did something happen? We went to his sister's engagement party. As friends. To deflect his family's matchmaking pressure. And it worked too well. Everyone thinks we're together. His mom wants me back for dinner. We had moments that felt real but weren't. Linsay sat down across from her, needing to say this to someone who wasn't Tessa. And now Vivian's talking about us maybe taking over the shop together someday. As partners. And I don't know if she means business partners or if she knows. That you're in love with him? The words hit like a physical thing. Linsay opened their mouth. Closed it. Tried again. I'm not. Mija. I may be old, but I'm not blind. It's not that simple. It never is. But sometimes the simple truth is the right place to start. Mrs. Rivera reached across the table and patted their hand. Tell him. I can't. Why not? Because he asked me to fake date him. Not real date him. If he wanted something real, he wouldn't have framed it as pretend. Or, Mrs. Rivera said gently, he's as scared as you are. And fake dating was the only way he could think of to be close to you without risking rejection. Linsay stared at her. You really think that? I think you're both very good at protecting yourselves. And I think protection often looks like missing each other completely. She finished her cours d'adieu and stood. Life's too short to love someone from a distance when you could love them up close. After she left, Linsay sat at the table, her words echoing in their head. Tell him. But how? And when? And what if Mrs. Rivera was wrong and they ruined everything by admitting feelings that weren't reciprocated? Friday evening, Linsay was closing up when their phone buzzed with a text from Mika. Want to grab dinner? I'm thinking about the Vivian thing and could use a sounding board. Linsay, sure. Where? Mika, that Thai place on 5th? 7:30. Linsay, see you there. The restaurant was small, tucked between a bookstore and a dry cleaner, the kind of place that looked unremarkable from outside but had the best pad thai in the city. Mika was already there when Linsay arrived, sitting at a corner table with 2 menus. Hey, he said, standing. For a moment it looked like he might hug them, but then the moment passed and they both sat. Hey. How was your day? Long. Yours? Same. They ordered, pad thai for Linsay, green curry for Mika, spring rolls to share, and settled into the comfortable quiet of people who didn't need to fill every silence. So, Linsay said. Vivian's offer. Right. Mika ran a hand through his hair, a nervous gesture. What do you think? I think it's a huge opportunity. And also terrifying. Same. I keep thinking about all the things that could go wrong. What if we're not good at running a business? What if we make decisions that ruin what she built? What if, he stopped. What if we screw it up? We might. But we also might not. That's a lot of uncertainty to build a future on. That's all any future is. Uncertain. Linsay traced the rim of their water glass. But I keep thinking, what if we don't take the chance? What if we spend our whole lives wondering what could have been? You sound like you've decided. I'm leaning toward yes. If you are. I am. I think. Mika smiled, small and uncertain. We'd be good at it. Together. Yeah. We would. The food arrived. They ate, and the conversation drifted, work stories, customer anecdotes, the kind of easy banter that made dinner feel less like a business meeting and more like something else. Something that looked an awful lot like a date. Halfway through the meal, Mika set down his fork. Can I ask you something? Always. Saturday. At the party. Did it feel, he paused, searching for words. Did any of it feel real to you? Linsay's heart kicked against their ribs. What do you mean? I don't know. It's just, we were pretending, but sometimes it didn't feel like pretending. Like when we were on the back porch, or when my mom was talking to you, or when we were driving home. It felt, he stopped, frustrated. I don't know what it felt like. This was it. The opening. The moment to be brave, to tell the truth, to risk everything for the possibility of something real. Linsay opened their mouth. Their phone buzzed. Then buzzed again. And again. They glanced at the screen. Topher. Calling. Sorry, they said. It's my cousin. He never calls unless I should take this. Of course. Linsay stepped outside. The street was quiet, just the distant sound of traffic and the golden glow of streetlights. Topher? Linz. Hey. His voice was strange. Tight. I'm sorry to bother you. I know it's late. But I didn't know who else to call. What's wrong? It's Ren. They're in the hospital. Nothing serious, they're okay, but they collapsed at their studio and the hospital called me because I'm still listed as emergency contact and, he took a breath. They're asking for you. The world tilted. What? I know you two aren't talking. I know it's complicated. But they asked if I could call you. And I said I would. So I'm calling. Linsay leaned against the brick wall, trying to process. Ren. In the hospital. Asking for them. Which hospital? St. Mary's. Room 304. But Linz, you don't have to, if you don't want to go. I'll go. Are you sure? No. But I'll go anyway. After they hung up, Linsay stood on the sidewalk, phone in hand, trying to figure out how to go back inside and explain this to Mika. The restaurant door opened. Mika stood there, concern written across his face. Everything okay? No. Linsay's voice cracked. That was my cousin. My parent, Ren, they're in the hospital. They're okay, they just collapsed, but they're asking for me and I should go. Okay. Let me pay and I'll drive you. You don't have to. Linsay. He stepped closer. I'm not letting you do this alone. The drive to the hospital was quiet. Mika kept glancing over, clearly wanting to ask questions but not wanting to push. Finally, Linsay broke the silence. I haven't talked to Ren in almost a year. Do you want to tell me about it? They left when I was 23. Just packed up and moved across the country to find themselves. Which, fine. People do that. But they didn't just leave the marriage. They left me. The words came out bitter. No warning. No explanation. Just a note saying they needed space and they'd be in touch. And were they? In touch. Occasionally. Emails every few months. A birthday card. But it was like they became a different person and forgot they had a kid who needed them. Linsay stared out the window. And then about a year ago, they sent this long letter about how they'd come out, how they were non-binary too, how they finally understood themselves. And they wanted to rebuild our relationship. What did you say? Nothing. I didn't respond. The guilt sat heavy in their chest. I know I should have. I know they were trying. But I was so angry. I am still angry. At them for leaving. At myself for not being enough to make them stay. That's not, Mika's hands tightened on the wheel. Their leaving wasn't your fault. I know that. Logically. But feelings aren't logical. They pulled into the hospital parking lot. Linsay sat there, staring at the building, trying to gather courage. I can come with you, Mika offered. Or I can wait here. Whatever you need. Linsay thought about it. About facing Ren alone versus having Mika there as a buffer. About what it meant to let him into this part of their life. Come with me, they said. Please. Room 304 was at the end of a long hallway that smelled like antiseptic and anxiety. Linsay stopped outside the door, hand on the handle, frozen. Mika touched their shoulder. You've got this. They pushed open the door. Ren looked smaller than Linsay remembered. Grayer. Older. They were sitting up in bed, hooked to and fore, wearing a hospital gown that made them look fragile. When they saw Linsay, their face crumpled with relief. You came, they said. Topher called. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to, I told them not to bother you, but they insisted. Ren's eyes shifted to Mika. Who's this? Mika. A friend. Nice to meet you. Ren's voice was hoarse. Sorry it's under these circumstances. An awkward silence settled. Linsay stood by the door, arms crossed, not quite ready to get closer. What happened? They asked. Dehydration. Low blood sugar. I've been working too hard on a series and forgot to eat properly. Ren managed a weak smile. The doctor says I'll be fine. They're just keeping me overnight for observation. That's good. Linsay, Ren's voice broke. I'm so glad you came. I've wanted to, I've been hoping we could talk. Really talk. Now? I know the timing is terrible. But I don't know if I'll get another chance. They gestured to the chair beside the bed. Please. Linsay looked at Mika, who gave an encouraging nod and said, I'll wait outside. You don't have to. I'll be right outside. He squeezed Linsay's hand once, brief and reassuring, and left. Linsay sat. The chair was plastic and uncomfortable. Perfect metaphor. I don't know where to start, Ren said. Why did you leave? Direct. Honest. The question Linsay had been carrying for 4 years. Ren took a shaky breath. Because I was drowning. In a marriage that felt like a costume. In a gender that didn't fit. In a life I'd built before I knew who I was. And I didn't know how to explain that without destroying everything. So you just destroyed everything anyway. I know. I know I hurt you. I know I handled it terribly. Tears slipped down Ren's cheeks. I thought it would be easier if I just left clean. If I didn't drag you through my mess. But that was cowardly. You deserved better. I deserved a parent who didn't abandon me. Yes. You did. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The apology hung in the air. Linsay wanted to be angry. Wanted to hold on to the hurt like armor. But looking at Ren now, small and sad and trying, the anger felt exhausting. I don't know how to forgive you, Linsay said quietly. I'm not asking for forgiveness. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Ren reached out, stopped short of actually touching. I'm just asking for a chance to know you again. To be part of your life, even in a small way. To show up, this time. What if you leave again? I won't. You don't know that. You're right. I don't. Ren's voice was steady now, despite the tears. But I can promise I'll try. And I can promise that if I screw up, I won't run. I'll stay and face it. Linsay sat with that. Tried to imagine what it would mean to let Ren back in. The risk. The potential for more hurt. The possibility of healing. I need time, they said. Of course. I can't just, this doesn't fix things. One conversation in a hospital room doesn't erase 4 years. I know. But maybe, Linsay's voice wavered. Maybe we could start small. Coffee sometime. Just talking. Ren's smile was watery and genuine. I would really like that. Outside in the hallway, Mika was sitting in one of those terrible waiting room chairs, scrolling through his phone. He looked up when Linsay emerged. How'd it go? Complicated. But okay, I think. Linsay sank into the chair beside him. We're going to try. Coffee sometime. Baby steps. That's good. Is it? I don't know. I feel like I just agreed to something terrifying. Most good things are terrifying. Mika turned to face them. But you don't have to do it alone. Whatever happens with Ren, you've got people. Tessa. Vivian. Me. You. Yeah. Me. Their eyes met. The hallway was quiet except for the distant sound of machines beeping and nurses talking. Everything smelled like hospital, sterile and sad and somehow hopeful. "Thank you for coming with me," Linsay said. "Of course. I mean it. You didn't have to. This wasn't part of the deal. Fake dating doesn't include hospital visits for complicated family drama. Maybe not. But real friendship does. Real friendship. Right. That's what this was." "Mika," Linsay started. "Linsay," he said at the same time. They laughed, nervous and awkward. "You first," Mika said. "No, you." "I was just going to say, at dinner, before the call, I asked if any of it felt real. And you didn't answer. The phone rang. I know. But now we're here. And I'm asking again." He turned to face them fully. "Did any of it feel real to you? This was it. The second chance. The opening." Linsay opened their mouth to answer. "Excuse me?" A nurse appeared at the end of the hallway. "Are you here for Lawrence in 304? "Yes," Linsay said. "They're asking for you again. Something about making sure you have their new phone number." "I'll be right there." The nurse disappeared. Linsay stood, the moment fracturing. "I should go." "Yeah." Mika stood too. "I'll wait." "You don't have to. It's late. I can catch an Uber home." "I'll wait," he said firmly. "Take your time." Linsay wanted to say something. Wanted to answer the question still hanging in the air. But the words wouldn't come, and the moment passed, and they headed back into room 304 with Mika's question echoing in their head. "Did any of it feel real to you?" "All of it. Every moment. Every touch. Every smile. All of it felt desperately, achingly real." But real didn't mean mutual. And real didn't mean Mika felt the same. So Linsay kept the truth locked away and focused on the parent in the hospital bed, trying very hard not to think about the man waiting in the hallway who'd asked a question they were too afraid to answer honestly. Chapter 6, Domesticity Creeps In. The Monday morning after the hospital visit, Linsay woke up to find a text from Mika sent at 6:47 a.m., bringing coffee. "Be there in 20. They stared at their phone, still fuzzy with sleep, trying to piece together why Mika would be bringing them coffee when they both had the day off. Then they remembered, they'd mentioned, in the car on the way home from the hospital, that they needed to clean their apartment before the chaos of the week swallowed them whole. Apparently Mika had decided to help. Linsay hauled himself out of bed, threw on sweatpants and the first shirt they found, which turned out to be one of Mika's that he'd left at their place weeks ago and that they definitely hadn't been sleeping in, "Thank you very much," and was attempting to make their hair look less like a bird's nest when the knock came. "It's open," they called. The door swung inward. Mika stood there with 2 travel mugs and a paper bag that smelled like paradise. "Morning. I brought provisions." "You didn't have to do that." "I wanted to." He stepped inside, kicking the door shut behind him, and froze. "Is that my shirt?" Linsay looked down. Navy blue Henley, definitely too big for them, definitely Mika's. You left it here?" 3 weeks ago. I was going to give it back." "Were you?" His smile was crooked, knowing, and did absolutely unfair things to Linsay's sleep-addled brain. "You've been wearing it. It's comfortable. It looks good on you." The words hung in the air between them. Linsay's face heated. This felt different from the party performance, from the fake dating script. This felt like flirting. Real flirting. "Coffee," Linsay said, reaching for the mug to give their hands something to do. Mika handed it over. "Lavender latte. Extra hot." "You memorized my order." "I've memorized all of them. The lavender when you're stressed. The vanilla when you're tired. The caramel when you're sad. The straight espresso when you're too angry to care about flavor." Linsay stopped with the mug halfway to their mouth. "All of them?" "You rotate based on mood." "I pay attention." He said it like it was obvious. Like everyone memorized their coworker's emotional coffee map. Linsay didn't have words for what that was. Thank you. They stood in Linsay's small kitchen, morning light slanting through the windows, and drank their coffee in comfortable silence. Mika looked around the apartment, taking in the stacked books, the laundry basket, the general organized chaos that was Linsay's living space. So, he said. Cleaning plan? I was thinking I'd tackle it this afternoon. You don't have to stay. I'm already here. Might as well help. He set down his mug and rolled up his sleeves. Where do we start? 3 hours later, the apartment was transformed. Laundry folded and put away. Books organized on shelves instead of stacked in precarious towers. Kitchen actually clean enough to cook in. Linsay's reading chair cleared of the clothing that had been living there. They collapsed on the couch, newly visible now that they'd moved the laundry basket, with fresh coffee and the pastries Mika had brought. I can't believe we did that, Linsay said. Teamwork. Mika stretched, his shirt riding up slightly to show a strip of stomach. Linsay looked away quickly. Feels good, right? Having a clean space? Feels weird. I'm not used to things being this organized. Give it 3 days. It'll be chaos again. Probably. Linsay bit into a croissant. Chocolate. From flour and salt. The same bakery as before. You went 3 blocks out of your way again. I like the walk. Mika. Linsay. He met their eyes. I like doing things for you. Is that okay? The question was genuine. Asking for permission. Making sure his thoughtfulness wasn't overstepping. Yeah, Linsay said softly. It's okay. They ate their pastries and watched terrible morning TV and didn't talk about the hospital or run or the question Mika had asked twice that still hung unanswered between them. Instead, they existed in this pocket of domesticity that felt dangerously permanent. Hey, Mika said eventually. Can I ask you something? Always. Do you? He paused, choosing words carefully. Would you want to keep doing this? After the party, after the whole fake dating thing is done. Just, hanging out. Helping each other with random life stuff. Like friends? Yeah. Like friends. Something in his expression flickered. Or whatever we are. Whatever we are. The phrase settled in Linsay's chest, heavy with possibility. I'd like that, they said. Good. Because I just realized I have a key to your apartment and that might be weird if we weren't planning to stay in each other's lives. Linsay blinked. You have a key? For authenticity. In case my family stopped by unexpectedly. He pulled a keychain from his pocket. Linsay's spare house key dangled there, next to his car key and what looked like a bottle opener. You gave it to me 2 weeks ago. After the party. They'd been half asleep and Mika had been driving them home and they'd made some comment about how he should have a key in case of emergencies and then they'd just given it to him. Like it was nothing. Like giving someone access to your home was a casual thing you did with your fake boyfriend. Right, Linsay said. For authenticity. Should I give it back? No. Keep it. I mean, if you want to. They were definitely not blushing. For emergencies. For emergencies, Mika echoed, but he was smiling as he tucked the keychain back in his pocket. The week developed a rhythm. Mika started showing up at Linsay's apartment in the mornings before their shared shifts, coffee in hand, like it was the most natural thing in the world. They'd drink coffee, talk about nothing and everything, and then head to work together. It should have felt strange. Intrusive, even. But it didn't. It felt like a habit they'd had for years instead of days. On Wednesday, Linsay woke up to find Mika already in their apartment, letting himself in with the key, being quiet so as not to wake them. They lay in bed, listening to the soft sounds of him moving around the kitchen, and felt something settle in their chest that they were too afraid to name. When they emerged, still in pajamas, Mika was sitting at their tiny dining table with 2 mugs and a crossword puzzle. "Morning," he said, not looking up. "Couldn't sleep. Figured I'd come here instead of staring at my ceiling. Hope that's okay." "It's okay." Linsay sat across from him and accepted the coffee he slid over. "Couldn't sleep?" "Family stuff. Piper's wedding planning is getting intense and she keeps texting at midnight with crises that aren't actually crises." He filled in a word. "How do you spell paradigm?" "Paradigm." "Thanks." He wrote it in. 7 letters. "Fits perfectly." They sat there in Linsay's kitchen at 6 a.m. on a Wednesday, doing a crossword puzzle, and it felt more intimate than the fake dating had ever felt. This wasn't performance. This was just them. Existing together. Sharing space. "Mika," Linsay said. "Can I ask you something?" "Always." "Why are you really here?" He looked up from the puzzle. "What do you mean?" "I mean, the coffee, the cleaning, the key, showing up at dawn." "That's not," they gestured vaguely. "That's not fake dating behavior. That's not even normal friend behavior." "So what is it?" Mika was quiet for a long moment. Then he set down his pen. "Honestly? I don't know. I just know that being here feels better than being anywhere else. That thinking about you alone in this apartment while I'm alone in mine feels wrong. That I want to bring you coffee and help you clean and solve crossword puzzles at stupid hours of the morning." He met their eyes. "Is that weird?" "No." "Yes. Maybe." Linsay wrapped both hands around their mug. "It feels like we're already doing the thing we're supposed to be pretending to do." "Yeah. It does." "Is that a problem?" "I don't think so. Unless you want it to be." "I don't." "Then it's not." Mika smiled, soft and uncertain. "We'll figure it out as we go." Friday night, they ended up at Linsay's apartment again, this time intentionally. Movie night had been Bex's suggestion, thrown out casually during the afternoon shift, but when the time came, Bex had mysteriously bailed, leaving just Linsay and Mika with a queue of movies neither of them particularly wanted to watch. "She set us up," Linsay said, settling onto the couch with popcorn. "Definitely." Mika grabbed the remote. "What do you want to watch?" "I don't care." "Nothing sad." "Action?" "Sure." They settled on something with explosions and minimal plot, the kind of movie you could talk through without feeling guilty. Mika sat on the other end of the couch, a respectful distance away, and Linsay tried not to think about how much they wanted to close that gap. Halfway through the movie, Mika shifted. "Is it okay if can I sit closer? This couch is weirdly uncomfortable unless you're in the corner." "Yeah. Of course." He moved to the middle cushion. Still not touching, but close enough that Linsay could feel the warmth of him. Close enough that when they both reached for popcorn at the same time, their hands brushed. "Sorry," Mika said. "Don't be." The movie continued. Linsay stopped watching. They were too aware of Mika beside them, the way he laughed at the terrible one-liners, the way his knee bounced during tense scenes, the way he smelled like laundry detergent and something else, something uniquely him. "This is terrible," Mika said, about 20 minutes later. "Truly awful. Want to watch something else?" "Not really." Linsay turned to face him. "Want to just talk?" "Yeah. I'd like that." Mika muted the TV. The apartment fell into comfortable quiet, just the sound of distant traffic and the heating system clicking on. "How are you doing?" he asked. "With the Ren stuff." "Okay." Confused. "They texted yesterday asking if I wanted to meet for coffee next week. Are you going to go?" "I think so. It feels, I don't know." "Important?" "Like if I don't at least try, I'll regret it." "That makes sense." Mika shifted to face them better, one leg tucked under him. "Do you want company? For moral support? You do that?" "Of course." If you want me there. Linsay thought about it. About facing Ren with Mika beside them. About having that steady presence as a buffer and a comfort. Yeah, they said. I'd like that. Okay. Then I'm there. The certainty in his voice made Linsay's chest ache. When had anyone in their life been this reliably, unflinchingly present? Thank you, they said quietly. For everything. The hospital, the coffee, the cleaning, the moral support. All of it. You don't have to thank me. I want to. Mika smiled. Then you're welcome. They sat there, facing each other on the couch, the terrible movie still playing silently on the TV. Linsay felt the pull between them, magnetic, inevitable. It would be so easy to lean forward. To close the distance. To kiss him and make this thing between them undeniably real. But fear held them back. Fear of ruining this. Fear of being wrong about what he wanted. Fear of losing the best thing in their life by asking for too much. So instead, they just sat there. Close but not touching. Wanting but not asking. I should probably go, Mika said eventually, though he didn't move. You could stay. If you want. It's late. You could take the bed and I'll take the couch. I'm not kicking you out of your own bed. We could both. Linsay stopped. That was too much. Too forward. Never mind. We could both what? Share. The bed. It's big enough. The words came out in a rush. Not, I don't mean anything by it. Just sleeping. But it's late and it seems stupid for one of us to take the couch when the bed is right there and we're adults who can share a bed platonically. Linsay was absolutely rambling and definitely making this worse. Okay, Mika said. Okay? Yeah. If you're sure it's not weird. It's not weird. Then okay. Linsay's brain short-circuited slightly. They'd expected him to say no. To make an excuse. To maintain the distance they'd both been carefully preserving. Instead, 20 minutes later, they were lying in their bed, Linsay on the left, Mika on the right, a careful foot of space between them, and staring at the ceiling like awkward teenagers. This isn't weird, right? Linsay asked. You're the one who offered. I know. But now that we're actually doing it. We're just sleeping. Right. Just sleeping. Like friends. Exactly. Like friends. Neither of them sounded convinced. Linsay lay there, hyper-aware of every breath, every small movement. Mika was so close. They could reach out and touch him. Could roll over and close the distance. Could finally do something about this ache that had been building for months. But they didn't. They just lay there in the dark, listening to him breathe, and tried to convince themselves this was fine. Linsay? Mika's voice was soft. Yeah? Thanks for letting me stay. Thanks for wanting to. Silence settled. Linsay's eyes adjusted to the dark. They could see the shape of him beside them, the rise and fall of his chest, the curve of his shoulder. Good night, Mika said. Good night. But neither of them slept. Not for a long time. Linsay woke up warm and comfortable and confused about why their pillow was moving. Then they realized, not a pillow. A person. They'd migrated in their sleep, seeking warmth or comfort or both, and were now curled against Mika's side, head on his shoulder, one arm slung across his chest. And he had his arm around them, holding them close, like this was something they did every night. Linsay froze. They should move. Apologize. Disentangle themselves before this got even more awkward. But Mika's arm tightened slightly, a small unconscious gesture, and Linsay's resolve crumbled. Just a few more minutes. That's all. Just a few more minutes of this impossible comfort before reality intruded. Then Mika shifted. Stirred. Woke up. For a moment, neither of them moved. They just lay there, tangled together, both very aware of their position and neither quite ready to acknowledge it. "Morning," Mika said finally, his voice sleep-rough. "Morning. Sorry. I didn't mean to." "It's okay. I apparently migrate in my sleep. I apparently don't mind." Linsay lifted their head to look at him. His hair was a mess, sticking up in about 5 directions. His face was soft with sleep, unguarded in a way it rarely was. And he was smiling at them like waking up with Linsay draped across him was the best possible way to start a day. Linsay started to pull away. Mika's arm tightened. "Wait. Can we stay like this? Just for a minute?" "Yeah. Okay." So they did. They lay there in the morning light, wrapped around each other, and pretended this was normal. That this was something they could have. That when they eventually had to get up and face the day, this moment wouldn't shatter into something they could never get back. Linsay's phone alarm went off. Work in 2 hours. Reality calling. They separated slowly, awkwardly, both moving to opposite sides of the bed like they needed the space to breathe. "I should get ready," Linsay said. "Yeah. Me too." They went through the morning routine, Linsay in the bathroom first, then Mika, careful not to overlap, not to get too close after the intimacy of waking up together. By the time they left for work, they'd re-established the careful distance that had been obliterated by sleep. But Linsay couldn't stop thinking about the weight of Mika's arm around them. The warmth of his body. The way it felt so completely right to wake up beside him. This was getting dangerous. This was already dangerous. They were in so much trouble. Saturday, Topher called during Linsay's break. "Hey, cousin. Got a minute?" "Yeah. What's up?" "So I know you've been busy, but Mom's birthday is next month and we're planning a family dinner. Nothing big. Just immediate family. And I know things have been complicated, but I really think you should come." Linsay leaned against the back wall of the shop, watching through the window as Mika made drinks with his usual competence. "I'll think about it." "That's what you always say." "Because I always need to think about it." "Lins, come on. It's been years since you came to a family thing. Mom misses you. I miss you. I know. So come. Are you seeing someone? You mentioned plans that one time." Linsay's brain short-circuited. This was a perfect out. They could say yes, they were seeing someone, they'd bring him, use Mika as a buffer the same way he'd used them. But that felt wrong. Using him like a shield against their own family. Making him perform for people who'd never been good at seeing Linsay for who they actually were. "I'm figuring things out," they said carefully. "That's not a no. It's not a yes either." "Fair enough." Topher sighed. "Look, I know I'm not great at this. At the gender stuff, the pronoun stuff, all of it. But I'm trying. And I want you to know you're always welcome. However you need to show up." Something in Linsay's chest loosened. "Thanks, Toph. So you'll think about it? The party?" "I'll think about it." After they hung up, Linsay stayed outside for a few more minutes, processing. When they came back in, Mika looked up from the espresso machine. "Everything okay?" "Family stuff. Topher wants me to come to a birthday dinner next month." "Are you going to go?" "I don't know. Maybe." Linsay grabbed an apron. "He asked if I was seeing someone." Mika's hands stilled. "What did you say?" "That I'm figuring things out." "That's accurate." "Yeah." They worked in silence for a few minutes, the comfortable rhythm of making drinks providing a familiar anchor. Then Mika said, "If you decide to go, I'll come with you. If you want. You don't have to keep offering to be my emotional support date for family things." "I know. But I want to." He met their eyes across the espresso machine. "Whatever we're doing, whatever this is, I want to be there for the hard stuff. Not just the easy parts." Linsay's throat tightened. Even when my family asks invasive questions and probably misgenders me and makes everything awkward? Especially then. Why? Because you shouldn't have to face that alone. And because, he started again. Because being with you, even during the hard stuff, is better than being anywhere else. The words hung in the air between them. Customers milled around. The espresso machine hissed. Bex was probably watching them from somewhere and taking notes for whatever romantic narrative she'd constructed. But in that moment, it was just them. Just the truth settling between them like something fragile and precious. Okay, Linsay said quietly. If I go, you'll come with me. Okay. And Mika? Thank you. For being, they gestured vaguely, encompassing everything. For being you. His smile was soft and certain and made Linsay's heart do complicated things. Anytime, Linsay. Anytime. Chapter 7, The Almost. The coffee date with Ren was scheduled for Tuesday at 2 p.m. Linsay had chosen a neutral location, a cafe across town, not Vivian's, somewhere with no associations or memories. Mika had offered to come, and Linsay had accepted before they could second-guess themselves. By Monday night, Linsay was a wreck. They stood in their apartment at 9 p.m., staring at their closet like it held the secrets of the universe, trying to figure out what you wore to meet your estranged parent who'd abandoned you and then come out and now wanted back in your life. Their phone buzzed. Mika, you doing okay? Linsay, define okay. Mika, fair point. Want company? Linsay, it's late. Mika, that's not an answer. Linsay, yes. Please. He showed up 20 minutes later with Thai food and a quiet determination to keep Linsay from spiraling. Talk to me, he said, settling on the couch with containers of pad Thai and green curry. I don't know what to say to them. You don't have to plan it. Just see what happens. What if I freeze? What if I can't say what I need to say? Then I'll be there. And we can leave whenever you want. Mika handed them a fork. Eat. You'll feel better. They ate in companionable silence, the TV playing something neither of them watched. Linsay felt the knot in their chest loosen slightly, just from Mika being there. Solid. Steady. Safe. Can I ask you something? Linsay said. Always. Why are you so good at this? At knowing what I need before I know it myself? Mika was quiet for a moment, twirling noodles on his fork. I think because I know what it's like to feel like you're too much work. To feel like you have to be easy or people will leave. So I try to be the person who makes it safe to not be easy. Linsay stared at him. You think you're too much work? Sometimes. My family, they love me, but they also want me to be different. Louder. More social. Less careful. And I've spent a lot of my life trying to be what they want while also being myself, and it's exhausting. He set down his fork. Being with you is the first time in a long time where I feel like I can just be myself. All the quiet, boring parts included. You're not boring. I'm definitely boring. You're steady. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. Linsay shifted to face him fully. Boring is empty. Steady it's the thing that keeps you grounded when everything else is chaos. It's knowing someone will show up. Will stay. Will be there even when things are hard. Their voice softened. You're not boring, Mika. You're the best thing in my life. The words hung in the air. Too honest. Too revealing. Mika's expression did something complicated. Linsay. Sorry. I shouldn't have. Don't apologize. He reached across the space between them, his hand finding theirs. You're the best thing in my life too. Their hands stayed clasped. Neither of them moved. The moment stretched, taut with possibility. Linsay could lean forward. Could close the distance. Could finally do something about this ache that had been building since the first chocolate croissant, the first genuine laugh, the first time Mika had looked at them like they hung the moon. But fear held them frozen. Fear of being wrong. Fear of ruining this. Fear of losing the best friendship they'd ever had by asking it to be something more. We should probably get some sleep, Mika said finally, though he didn't let go of their hand. Big day tomorrow. Yeah. You're right. But neither of them moved. They just sat there, hands clasped, closer than friends but not quite whatever they both wanted to be. Tuesday arrived gray and drizzling. Linsay met Mika at the cafe at 1:45, 15 minutes early, because arriving on time meant walking in at the same moment as Ren and they needed the buffer. You look nice, Mika said. Linsay had changed outfits 4 times before settling on the green button-down and dark jeans, the same thing they'd worn to the engagement party. Armor that had worked before. Thanks. I'm terrified. I know. But you've got this. He squeezed their hand. And I'm right here. At 2:03, Ren walked in. They looked different from the hospital, put together, intentional. Gray hair styled, wearing flowing linen pants and a rust-colored sweater, silver jewelry that caught the light. They spotted Linsay immediately and their whole face transformed with nervous hope. Linsay. Thank you for coming. They hesitated, then seemed to decide against a hug, settling for an awkward hover. And you brought Mika, right? From the hospital. Nice to see you again, Mika said, polite but neutral. They settled at a corner table. Ren ordered chamomile tea with shaking hands. Linsay got their usual coffee. Mika asked for nothing, clearly planning to be present but not participatory. So, Ren said, after the server left. I'm not sure where to start. Why did you leave? Linsay's voice came out sharper than intended. We talked about it at the hospital, but I don't think I really heard you. So tell me again. Why did you abandon me? Ren flinched. Yes. Okay. That's fair. They wrapped both hands around their mug like it could ground them. I left because I was drowning. In a life that wasn't mine. In a gender that felt like a costume I couldn't take off. In a marriage that was killing me slowly. They looked up, eyes already damp. And I didn't know how to explain that to you. How to tell my child that the parent they knew was a lie. So instead you just left. Yes. And that was cowardly. And cruel. And I am so sorry. Sorry doesn't give me back 4 years. I know. I know it doesn't. Ren's voice cracked. But I'm here now. Trying. Asking for a chance to be part of your life again, even if it's small. Linsay felt Mika's presence beside them, steady and solid. Felt the weight of years of hurt pressing against their chest. Tell me about your coming out, they said. About who you are now. Ren's expression shifted, surprise, then cautious relief. Okay. Yes. After I left, I moved to Portland. Got a studio. Started painting again, really painting, not just teaching others how. And I started meeting people. Other queer people. Trans people. Non-binary people. They smiled, small and genuine. And for the first time in my life, I saw people living authentically. Being themselves without apology. And I realized, I could do that too. So you came out. So I came out. Changed my name. Started using they/them pronouns. Cut my hair. Started dressing the way I wanted instead of how I thought I should. They gestured at themselves. This is me. The actual me. And I know it doesn't excuse leaving. I know I should have figured this out without hurting you. But I didn't. And I have to live with that. Linsay sat with that. Tried to reconcile this person, confident, authentic, present, with the parent who'd walked away. Did you ever think about me? The question came out smaller than intended. While you were finding yourself? Every day. Every single day. Ren's voice broke. I wanted to reach out so many times. To call, to write, to show up at your door. But I was terrified you'd hate me. That you'd slam the door in my face. That I'd already done too much damage. So instead you did nothing. So instead I did nothing. Which was also cowardly. Ren wiped their eyes. I don't have good excuses, Linsay. I made bad choices. I prioritized my own healing over your need for a parent. And I will spend the rest of my life regretting that. Under the table, Mika's hand found Linsay's. Squeezed once. Reminding them they weren't alone. I don't know if I can forgive you, Linsay said quietly. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm just asking for a chance. Ren leaned forward. Coffee once a month. Phone calls when you feel like it. Being someone you can call if you need to. I don't need to be your parent again. I want to know you. The person you've become. Linsay thought about the person they'd become. The barista with a dry sense of humor. The friend who showed up for Tessa's drama and Vivian's wisdom and Mika's quiet presence. The non-binary person who'd stopped apologizing for existing and started asking for what they needed. Tell me about your art, Linsay said. Ren blinked. My art? Yeah. You said you're painting again. What are you working on? For the next hour, they talked. Not about the past. Not about the hurt. Just about art and coffee and the small details of daily life. Ren showed them photos on their phone, abstract paintings full of color and movement. Talked about upcoming gallery shows and the community they'd built in Portland. And slowly, carefully, Linsay started to see them as a person. Not just the parent who'd left. But a complicated human being who'd made terrible choices while trying to survive. It didn't erase the hurt. But it made it more bearable. When they finally stood to leave, Ren hesitated, then asked, Can I hug you? Linsay paused. Then nodded. The hug was brief, awkward, but genuine. Ren smelled like paint and jasmine, unfamiliar but not unpleasant. Thank you, they said. For giving me this chance. Don't waste it, Linsay said. I won't. I promise. Outside, the rain had stopped. Linsay and Mika walked to his car in silence. How are you doing? Mika asked once they were inside. I don't know. Confused. Sad. Angry. Relieved. Linsay leaned back against the seat. All of it at once. That's allowed. Is it? Feelings aren't either or. You can be angry and relieved at the same time. You can want to forgive them and also not be ready. He started the car. You get to feel however you feel. Linsay turned to look at him. Really look. At the gentle certainty in his expression. The way he held space for complexity without trying to fix it. How are you so good at this? They asked. At what? At being exactly what I need. Mika's hands tightened on the steering wheel. I'm not trying to be anything. I'm just being with you. That's exactly what I mean. They drove in silence for a few minutes. Then Mika said, Do you want to go home? Or do you want to, I don't know. Drive around? Get dinner? Sit somewhere and decompress? Can we just drive? For a little while? Yeah. Of course. So they drove. Through the city streets, past familiar landmarks and neighborhoods, with no destination in mind. NPR played soft news in the background. The rain started again, gentle against the windshield. And Linsay felt the weight of the afternoon start to lift. Not gone, but manageable. Held by the steady presence of someone who didn't need them to be okay, just needed them to be honest. Thank you, Linsay said eventually. For coming with me. For being there. For this. You don't have to thank me. I want to. Mika glanced over, his expression soft in the dashboard light. Then you're welcome. Thursday night, Mika texted, want to get dinner? Like, actually go out somewhere nice? Linsay, are you asking me on a date? Mika, maybe. Is that okay? Linsay, more than okay. Mika, pick you up at 7? Linsay, I'll be ready. Linsay spent an embarrassing amount of time getting ready. The green button down again, it had become their armor. Dark slacks instead of jeans. Their nice boots. Hair down and styled. A touch of cologne. When Mika arrived, he'd clearly made the same effort. Charcoal slacks, a deep gray sweater that brought out his eyes, hair actually styled. He looked at Linsay and his whole expression softened. You look incredible, he said. So do you. The restaurant he'd chosen was small, intimate, the kind of place with candlelight and cloth napkins and a menu that didn't list prices. Linsay started to worry about the cost, but Mika waved them off. My treat. I asked you out. This feels very real, Linsay said, once they were seated. That's because it is. Mika smiled across the table. No more pretending. Just us. They ordered wine and appetizers and talked the way they always did, easily, naturally, like they'd been doing this for years instead of weeks. But there was something different now. An awareness. The way Mika's gaze lingered. The way Linsay couldn't stop smiling. Halfway through the meal, Mika reached across the table and took Linsay's hand. I'm really glad we're doing this, he said. Me too. I keep waiting for it to feel weird or forced, but it doesn't. No. It feels right. They finished dinner and walked back toward Linsay's apartment. The November air was cold but not unpleasant, and they walked close together, hands swinging between them. At Linsay's door, they both stopped. This felt like a moment. The kind that mattered. Do you want to come up? Linsay asked. I should probably go home. Early shift tomorrow. Right. Of course. But neither of them moved. Thank you for tonight, Linsay said. It was perfect. Yeah. It was. Mika stepped closer. They were so close now. Close enough that Linsay could feel his warmth. Could see the way his eyes had darkened. Could sense the question forming. Linsay, Mika said softly. Can I? He leaned in. Slowly. Giving Linsay every chance to pull back. But Linsay didn't want to pull back. They wanted this. Had wanted this for so long that the moment felt inevitable. Their lips were inches apart. Linsay could feel Mika's breath. Could see the want in his eyes that probably matched their own. And then panic hit. What if they were wrong? What if this ruined everything? What if they kissed him and it wasn't what he actually wanted? What if the reality didn't match the fantasy? What if? Linsay pulled back. I'm sorry. I can't, I'm sorry. Mika stepped back immediately, hands raised. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed. You didn't assume. I wanted, Linsay's voice cracked. I want to. I'm scared. Of what? Of ruining this. Of being wrong about what you want. Of finally having something good and somehow destroying it. Mika's expression softened. You're not wrong. And you won't ruin it. You don't know that. I do. Because I know you. He took a careful step closer. But I'm not going to push. If you're not ready, that's okay. We can take this as slow as you need. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. There's nothing to apologize for. He smiled, gentle and understanding. I'll see you at work tomorrow? Yeah. Tomorrow. Good night, Linsay. Good night. Mika left. Linsay climbed the stairs to their apartment alone, unlocked their door alone, and stood in the middle of their living room feeling like the world's biggest coward. They'd had the perfect moment. Mika had wanted to kiss them. They'd wanted to kiss him. And they'd panicked and pulled away like a frightened teenager. Their phone buzzed. Mika, for what it's worth, I had a really good time tonight. And I meant what I said. There's no pressure. We'll figure this out together. Linsay, I had a good time too. I'm sorry I freaked out. Mika, don't be sorry. Just be honest with me, and we'll be okay. Linsay, I want this. I want you. I'm just scared. Mika, I'm scared too. But I'm not going anywhere. Linsay read the message 3 times, warmth spreading through their chest despite the lingering shame of their panic. Linsay, thank you for understanding. Mika, always. Get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Linsay got ready for bed but couldn't sleep. They lay there replaying the almost kiss. The way Mika had looked at them. The wanton patience in his expression. The immediate respect when Linsay pulled back. He wasn't going anywhere. He'd said it explicitly. No pressure. They'd figure it out together. Linsay picked up their phone and texted Tessa, I almost kissed Mika tonight. The response came immediately, almost. Linsay, I panicked and pulled back. Tessa, oh honey. What happened? Linsay, fear. All the fear. What if I'm wrong? What if I ruin everything? What if? Tessa, and what did he do? Linsay, stepped back immediately. Told me there's no pressure. That we'll figure it out together. Tessa, that's a good man right there. Linsay, I know. Tessa, so what are you going to do? Linsay, I don't know. Stop being scared, somehow. Tessa, you don't have to stop being scared. You just have to be brave anyway. Linsay stared at the message, letting it sink in. Linsay, you're right. Tessa, I usually am. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow's a new day. Linsay set the phone down and closed their eyes. Tomorrow they'd see Mika at work. They'd figure out what came next. They'd be brave. Or at least, they'd try. But tonight, they lay in bed alone, thinking about the almost kiss and the fear and the man who'd promised to wait while they figured themselves out. It was terrifying. It was hopeful. It was one step closer to something real. Chapter 8, Breaking Point. Friday started badly and got worse. The morning rush was understaffed. Bex called in sick, leaving just Linsay and Mika to handle the chaos. A regular complained loudly that their drink was wrong. It wasn't. The espresso machine made a concerning noise that required Vivian to call in a repair tech. And Linsay spilled an entire pitcher of milk down the front of their shirt at 9:47 a.m., which meant working the rest of their shift damp and uncomfortable. By noon, when their shift ended, Linsay was ready to go home, crawl into bed, and not emerge until Monday. Then Topher called. Hey, Linz. Got a sec? Not really. Bad day. What's up? Just wanted to check in about Mom's birthday party. You never responded to my text. Linsay closed their eyes. Toph, I told you I'd think about it. I know, but the party's in 2 weeks and Mom keeps asking if you're coming and I need to tell her something. Tell her I'm still thinking about it. Come on, Linz. It's been months since you came to anything. She misses you. A pause. We all miss you. I know. I need more time. You always need more time. At some point you're going to have to actually engage with the family instead of avoiding us. The words hit like a slap. I'm not avoiding you. Aren't you? When's the last time you came to Sunday dinner? Or returned Mom's calls? Or made any effort to be part of this family? That's not fair. Isn't it? We're trying, Linz. We're using your pronouns, okay, we're not perfect at it, but we're trying. We want you there. But you keep making excuses and pushing us away, and at some point we're going to stop asking. Linsay's vision blurred. They were standing in the back room of the coffee shop, damp shirt clinging to their skin, and their cousin was yelling at them about not being family enough. I have to go, they said. Lins. They hung up. For a moment, they just stood there, phone in hand, trying to hold it together. Then the tears came, hot and unexpected and completely uncontrollable. They'd made it to their locker, were fumbling with the lock, when a hand touched their shoulder. Hey. Mika's voice, gentle and concerned. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm fine. You're crying. I'm fine, they repeated, but their voice broke on the words. Mika was quiet for a moment. Then, come on. Let's get you home. I can walk. I know you can. But I'm driving you anyway. Linsay didn't remember the drive. They sat in the passenger seat of Mika's car, staring out the window, trying to breathe past the tightness in their chest. When they got to Linsay's apartment, Mika followed them inside without asking permission. Sit, he said, guiding them to the couch. I'm making tea. You don't have to. I'm making tea. Linsay sat. Let themselves be cared for. Watched as Mika moved through their kitchen like he'd lived there for years, finding the mugs and the good tea and the honey Linsay liked. He came back with 2 steaming mugs and settled beside them, close but not touching, giving them space. Do you want to talk about it? He asked. Not really. Okay. They sat in silence. Linsay sipped their tea and felt the warmth spread through their chest. The crying had stopped, leaving behind exhaustion and the particular shame of breaking down in front of someone. I'm sorry, they said finally. For what? For falling apart. For making you leave work early. For being, they gestured vaguely at themselves. This. Linsay. Mika set down his mug and turned to face them fully. You're allowed to have bad days. You're allowed to fall apart. And I'm allowed to be here for you when it happens. It's not your responsibility. No. It's not. But I want to be here anyway. His expression was so gentle it made Linsay's chest ache. What happened? So Linsay told him. About Topher's call. About the accusation of avoiding family. About the particular pain of being told you're not trying hard enough when you're already giving everything you have. He said I'm pushing them away, Linsay said. And maybe I am. But being with them is exhausting. Constantly correcting pronouns. Explaining myself. Watching them look at me like I'm some puzzle they can't solve. They set down their mug before they dropped it. I'm tired, Mika. I'm so tired of having to earn the right to exist in my own family. Then stop. Stop what? Stop earning it. Stop trying to be palatable enough that they'll accept you. He shifted closer. You don't owe them performance. You don't owe them education. You don't owe them anything except being yourself. But they're my family. So? Family doesn't get a free pass to make you feel like you're not enough. Linsay looked at him. Really looked. At the fierce certainty in his expression. The anger on their behalf that they couldn't quite feel for themselves. How do you do that? They asked. Do what? Know exactly what I need to hear. Because I've felt it too. The pressure to be what people want instead of what you are. The exhaustion of constantly justifying your existence. He took Linsay's hand. You deserve better. You deserve people who see you and love you without needing you to translate yourself into something easier to understand. The words cracked something open in Linsay's chest. All the hurt and anger and exhaustion they'd been holding came flooding out. I'm so tired, they said again, voice breaking. I'm tired of explaining. I'm tired of being brave. I'm tired of pretending it doesn't hurt when the people who are supposed to love me treat my identity like an opinion they're considering. I know. I know. Mika pulled them into a hug, and Linsay went, burying their face in his shoulder. You don't have to be brave right now. You don't have to be anything. Just be here. So Linsay cried. Really cried. All the hurt they'd been swallowing for months came out in great, gasping sobs against Mika's shoulder. And he just held them. Didn't try to fix it or minimize it or make it better. Just held them and let them fall apart. When the tears finally subsided, Linsay pulled back, embarrassed and exhausted. Sorry, they said. Your shirt is soaked. I don't care about my shirt. I'm a mess. You're human. Same thing. Mika smiled and brushed a thumb across Linsay's cheek, wiping away the last of the tears. How are you feeling? Wrung out. Tired. A little better. Good. When's the last time you ate? Breakfast, I think. Right. I'm making food. Mika. Not negotiable. You need to eat and I need to do something useful. He stood. Any requests? Whatever's easy. He disappeared into the kitchen. Linsay heard the sounds of him cooking, the refrigerator opening, the stove clicking on, the comfortable domesticity of someone making themselves at home in their space. 20 minutes later, he emerged with grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup. Comfort food, he said, handing them a plate. My mom's recipe. Best thing for bad days. They ate in comfortable silence. The food helped. Or maybe it was Mika's presence. Or maybe it was just the relief of having cried out all the poison and being held through it. Thank you, Linsay said. For this. For staying. For not making me feel pathetic for falling apart. You're not pathetic. You're dealing with real pain from people who should know better. Mika set down his empty plate. And you don't have to thank me. This is what people do for each other. When they care. Do you? Care? The question came out smaller than intended. Vulnerable. Asking for something Linsay wasn't sure they could handle hearing. Mika's expression softened. Yes. So much more than I should, probably. What does that mean? It means, he stopped, started again. It means that somewhere between the fake dating and the morning coffee and waking up tangled together, I stopped being able to pretend this was temporary. He turned to face them fully. This isn't fake anymore. Not for me. Maybe it never was. Linsay's breath caught. Mika. I know we almost kissed the other night. I know you pulled back because you were scared. And I meant what I said, there's no pressure. But I need you to know, he took their hand. This is real for me. You're real for me. And I want this. Not the performance. Not the pretend version. Just you. However messy and complicated and real that is. The words hung in the air between them. Linsay could feel their heart racing, could feel the fear and hope and certainty all tangling together. What if I'm too much? They asked. What if the real version of me is more work than you want to deal with? Then I'll tell you. And we'll figure it out. Together. Mika squeezed their hand. You don't have to be easy, Linsay. You don't have to have everything figured out. You just have to be honest with me. I don't know how to do this. How to let someone in without being terrified they'll leave. I'm not going anywhere. You don't know that. I do. Because I've seen you at your worst and your best and everything in between, and I'm still here. Still wanting to be here. He brought their joined hands to his lips, pressed a kiss to Linsay's knuckles. I'm not Ren. I'm not Topher. I'm not going to leave when things get hard or ask you to be smaller to make myself comfortable. I'm just going to show up. Every day. For as long as you'll let me. Linsay looked at him, at the certainty in his expression, the patience, the absolute lack of conditions. This man who'd brought them coffee and cleaned their apartment and held them while they cried. Who saw all their messy parts and wanted them anyway. This isn't fake anymore, Linsay said. Is it? No. It's not. What is it, then? I don't know. But I'd like to find out. If you want to. The fear was still there. The what-ifs and the terror of being vulnerable. But underneath it was something stronger. Something that felt like hope. I'm scared, Linsay said. Me too. But I want this. I want you. They turned their hand in his, lacing their fingers together. Not the fake version. The real version. Mika's smile was soft and certain and made Linsay's whole chest feel warm. Yeah? Yeah. Can I kiss you? For real this time? Linsay's answer was to lean forward and close the distance between them. The kiss was different from the almost kiss on the doorstep. This was certain. Real. No performance, no pretending, just them finally admitting what had been building for months. Mika's hand came up to cup Linsay's face, gentle and sure, and Linsay made a small sound of relief. This was what they'd been waiting for. This certainty. This rightness. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, Mika rested his forehead against Linsay's. That was, he started. Yeah. Can we do that again? Linsay laughed, the sound bright and unexpected after the heaviness of the day. Definitely. So they did. They kissed on Linsay's couch with the afternoon light slanting through the windows, and it felt like everything clicking into place. Eventually they ended up curled together, Linsay tucked against Mika's side, his arm around their shoulders. So, Linsay said. What now? Now we figure it out as we go. Tell people. Navigate what dating actually looks like when we've been doing it in everything but name for weeks. He pressed a kiss to the top of their head. But first, you rest. Today was hard. You're allowed to take care of yourself. Will you stay? As long as you want me to. What if that's a really long time? Then I guess I'm staying a really long time. Linsay closed their eyes and let themselves sink into his embrace. For the first time in longer than they could remember, the loneliness that had been their constant companion was gone. They weren't alone anymore. They didn't have to be. This was real. This was theirs. And that was terrifying and exhilarating and absolutely perfect. Chapter 9, The Morning After. Mika woke up to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and the warm weight of Linsay against his side. For a moment, he didn't move. Just lay there, cataloging the feeling. Linsay's head on his shoulder. Their arm across his chest. The soft sound of their breathing. The certainty that this was real, that they'd finally stopped pretending and started building something that mattered. They'd fallen asleep on the couch, talking into the early hours about everything and nothing. At some point they'd migrated to Linsay's bed, fully clothed, just seeking comfort and proximity, and now morning light filled the room and Mika was waking up next to the person he was pretty sure he'd been falling for since that first chocolate croissant. Linsay stirred. Made a small sound of contentment and burrowed closer. Morning, Mika said softly. Too early. It's almost 9. Still too early. But they lifted their head to look at him, eyes still soft with sleep. Hi. Hi yourself. They stayed like that for a moment, just looking at each other in the morning light. Then Linsay smiled, small and uncertain and absolutely beautiful. So that happened, they said. It did. This is real now? If you want it to be. I do. I'm still terrified, but I do. Mika brushed a thumb across their cheekbone. Me too. On both counts. So what do we do now? Coffee? Mika suggested. And then we figure out the rest. They made coffee together in Linsay's small kitchen, moving around each other with the ease of long practice. Mika found the mugs while Linsay worked the French press. They ended up at the table with steaming cups and the comfortable silence of two people who didn't need to fill every moment with words. We should probably talk about this, Linsay said eventually. Yeah. Probably. What do we tell people? The truth? That the fake dating stopped being fake somewhere along the way and we're together now. Just like that? Just like that. Mika reached across the table to take their hand. Unless you want to keep it quiet for a bit? Figure out what this is before we announce it? Linsay thought about it. No. I'm tired of hiding. And besides, Bex already knows. Or suspects. And if Bex knows, everyone knows. Fair point. What about your family? They already think we're together. We just stop correcting them. And mine? Mika squeezed their hand. We tell them whatever you're comfortable telling them. This is your life, your family. I'll follow your lead. The casual certainty in his voice made Linsay's chest tight. You're really okay with all this? The complicated family stuff, the gender stuff, the fact that I'm probably going to be a mess for a while as I figure out how to do this? Linsay. Mika's voice was gentle but firm. I know what I'm signing up for. You're not a mystery to me. I've been watching you navigate all of this for 2 years. I know it's complicated. I know your family can be difficult. I know you're still figuring things out. And I'm here anyway. Why? Because you're worth it. Because being with you, messy parts and all, is better than being with anyone else. He smiled. Also, you make really good coffee. Linsay laughed despite themselves. That's the reason? My coffee skills? It's a factor. They sat in comfortable silence, drinking their coffee and just existing together. No performance. No pretending. Just them. I should probably tell Tessa, Linsay said. Before she finds out some other way and kills me for not calling her immediately. Do you want to call her now? Probably. She's going to lose her mind. Mika grinned. I'll make breakfast while you handle that. Linsay took their phone to the living room and dialed Tessa's number. She answered on the second ring. It's Saturday morning. This better be good. I kissed Mika. Dead silence. Then, I'm sorry, what? We kissed. Last night. And then we talked. And then we kissed more. And we're together now. For real. Tessa screamed. Actually screamed. Linsay heard her wife in the background asking what was wrong. Linsay finally kissed Mika, Tessa shouted. Then, into the phone, tell me everything. Right now. Every detail. So Linsay did. About the terrible day, about breaking down, about Mika showing up and making it better. About the confession and the kiss and falling asleep tangled together. I'm so proud of you, Tessa said when they finished. You were brave. You asked for what you wanted. I was terrified. That's what makes it brave. A pause. How are you feeling now? In the cold light of morning? Linsay glanced toward the kitchen, where they could hear Mika humming while he cooked. Good. Scared, but good. Like I finally stopped fighting against something I wanted. That's huge, Lins. I know. So what happens now? We tell people. Navigate what dating looks like when we've basically been doing it for weeks. Try not to panic about all the ways this could go wrong. It's not going to go wrong. You don't know that. I know you. And I know Mika. And I know you're both too stubborn and too committed to each other to let this fall apart. Tessa's voice softened. You deserve this. You deserve someone who sees you and stays. And he does. So let yourself have it. After they hung up, Linsay sat for a moment, letting Tessa's words sink in. You deserve someone who sees you and stays. Did they? After years of being told they were too much work, too complicated, too exhausting to love. From the kitchen, Mika called, breakfast is ready. Linsay stood and walked to the kitchen, where Mika had set out plates of scrambled eggs and toast. He looked up when they entered and smiled, the kind of smile that reached his eyes and made Linsay's chest feel warm. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah." Tessa's thrilled. She may have screamed. "That tracks." They sat and ate, and Linsay watched Mika across the table, the way he moved, the easy comfort he had in their space, the certainty in his expression. "What are you thinking?" Mika asked. "That I'm really glad you asked me to that party." "Me too. Best fake dating scheme I ever came up with." "Your only fake dating scheme. Still the best." He reached across the table. "What do you want to do today?" "I don't know." "What do people do when they're newly together?" "I have no idea. I haven't done this in a while." "Me neither." They looked at each other and started laughing. "We're really good at this," Linsay said. "The best." "Want to just stay in? Watch movies? Figure it out as we go?" "That sounds perfect." They spent Saturday curled up on Linsay's couch, watching terrible movies and talking through most of them. At some point, Mika's phone buzzed. "It's Daryl," he said, checking the screen. "Asking if I'm coming to dinner tomorrow." "Are you? Do you want to come with me? For real this time, not as fake dates." Linsay's stomach flipped. "Already? It's only been 12 hours. "I know. But my family already thinks we're together. And I'd rather tell Daryl in person than over text." He set down his phone. "But if you're not ready, I can go alone. Or we can wait." Linsay thought about it. About facing Mika's family as his real partner instead of his fake one. About Keiko's knowing eyes and Daryl's questions and Piper's inevitable excitement. "Okay," they said. "Let's do it." "Yeah? Yeah." Rip the Band-Aid off. Tell your family. Make it real. Mika's smile was bright and relieved. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. I might panic and hide in your childhood bathroom. Then I'll hide with you." Sunday dinner at the Tanaka house was both exactly what Linsay expected and somehow more. Keiko opened the door and immediately pulled them both into hugs. "Mika." And Linsay. "What a wonderful surprise." "Surprise?" Mika said. "Daryl texted me about dinner." "He did, but I didn't know Linsay was coming." She ushered them inside. Come in, come in." Everyone's in the living room." Everyone turned out to be Daryl, his wife, their toddler, and Piper without Brett for once. "Mika." Piper bounded over. "And you brought your fake date. I mean, your friend." She looked between them and her eyes narrowed. "Wait. Something's different." "Perceptive as always, Pipes," Daryl said dryly. "What? What am I missing?" Mika took Linsay's hand, a conscious choice, a statement. "We wanted to tell you in person. We're together. For real this time." Silence. Then Piper squealed, and launched herself at Mika. "I knew it. I knew you weren't just friends. The way you looked at each other at my party." "You can let go now," Mika said, muffled by her hug. "I'm taking credit for this. I'm the one who made you bring someone to the party. You threatened to set me up with random people. That's not the same as helping." "Details." Piper released him and turned to Linsay. "I'm so happy for you both. Really. Even if you're stealing my announcement thunder." "You're what?" "Nothing. We'll talk about it later." She bounded back to the couch, still grinning. Keiko had been watching all of this with that knowing smile of hers. Now she approached, took Linsay's hands in hers, and said, "I'm glad you stopped pretending. You knew? Mothers always know. You were too comfortable with each other. Too natural." She squeezed Linsay's hands. "I'm happy for you both. Truly." Daryl came over next, clapping Mika on the shoulder. "About time, little bro. Was everyone just waiting for us to figure it out? Pretty much, yeah. James emerged from the kitchen with drinks. What did I miss? Mika and Linsay are actually dating now, Piper announced. Not fake dating. Real dating. Oh good, James said mildly. We can stop pretending we believed the friend story. You all knew? Mika, you introduced them as your friend but looked at them like they hung the moon. Daryl shook his head. We're not that oblivious. Mika looked at Linsay, something between embarrassed and amused. Apparently we were not convincing. Apparently not. Dinner was loud and chaotic and overwhelming in the best way. Linsay sat beside Mika, fielding questions and stories and gentle teasing. Piper monopolized the conversation, talking about wedding plans and dropping hints about big news she couldn't share yet. Keiko kept making sure Linsay's plate was full. Daryl's toddler decided Linsay was fascinating and kept bringing them toys. At one point, Keiko pulled Linsay aside while the others were arguing about dessert. How are you really doing? She asked. With your own family situation? It's complicated. Family usually is. They're not, they try. But it's exhausting, being patient while they learn. Explaining myself over and over. Linsay glanced toward the dining room, where Mika was laughing at something Daryl said. Being here is easier. You all just accepted me. No questions, no explanations needed. That's because you matter to Mika. And what matters to our children matters to us. She smiled. But also, you're easy to love. You're kind and thoughtful and you make my son happy. That's all I need to know. Linsay's throat tightened. Thank you. You're family now. For real this time. She squeezed Linsay's shoulder. And family shows up for each other. So if you ever need anything at all, you call us. Understood? Understood. They left around 9, stuffed with food and lighter than they'd arrived. In the car, Mika reached over and took Linsay's hand. That went well, he said. Your mom offered to adopt me. She does that. She tried to adopt my college roommate once. I like your family. They like you too. They always did. He lifted Linsay's hand to his lips, pressed a kiss to their knuckles. Thank you for coming. I know it's a lot. It's a good lot. A chosen lot. Linsay squeezed his hand. I'm glad we told them. Me too. They drove in comfortable silence. When they reached Linsay's apartment, Mika walked them to the door. Do you want to come up? Linsay asked. I should probably go home. Early shift tomorrow. Right. Of course. But neither of them moved. This is the part where we say goodnight, Mika said. I know. And maybe kiss a little. That seems traditional. He stepped closer. Linsay tilted their face up. The kiss was soft and sweet and felt like coming home. Good night, Linsay. Good night, Mika. He left. Linsay climbed the stairs to their apartment and stood in the middle of their living room, feeling the difference. 2 days ago, this space had felt lonely. Now it just felt like home. Their home. The place they'd return to after dinners with Mika's family and shifts at the coffee shop and all the small moments that made up a shared life. Their phone buzzed. Mika, miss you already. Is that pathetic? Linsay, extremely. But I miss you too. Mika, see you tomorrow? Linsay, can't wait. Linsay set down their phone and got ready for bed with a lightness they hadn't felt in years. This was real. This was theirs. And for the first time in longer than they could remember, the future felt less like something to survive and more like something to look forward to. Chapter 10, Learning Curve. The first week of being officially together was both easier and harder than Linsay expected. Easier because not much actually changed. They still worked the same shifts, still had morning coffee, still fell asleep tangled together on Linsay's couch most nights. The rhythms they'd built over weeks of fake dating held steady. Harder because now the stakes felt real. Every small disagreement carried weight. Every moment of vulnerability felt more exposed. The safety net of "this is just pretend" was gone, replaced by the terrifying reality of "this actually matters." On Wednesday, they had their first real fight. It started small. Mika had made plans to help Daryl move furniture on Saturday without checking with Linsay first. Which was fine. Mika was allowed to have his own life and make his own plans. Except they'd talked about maybe going to the farmer's market on Saturday. Not firm plans, just mentioned it in passing. But Linsay had been looking forward to it, had been picturing the two of them wandering through stalls of produce and coffee and handmade goods. "It's fine," Linsay said when Mika mentioned it during their shift. "You should help your brother." "Are you sure? We can reschedule the market for Sunday." "No, it's fine." "Really?" But their voice had an edge. Mika noticed. "Linsay. I said it's fine." They went back to work. The tension sat between them, unacknowledged, for the rest of the shift. At closing, Mika cornered them by the back door. "Okay," he said. "What's actually wrong?" "Nothing. I told you it's fine." "It's clearly not fine. You've been weird all afternoon." "I'm not being weird. You're doing that thing where you say everything's okay when it's not." Linsay's jaw tightened. "Maybe because I'm trying not to be difficult." "You're not being difficult by having feelings." "Aren't I?" "You made plans. That's allowed. I'm the one being unreasonable about it." "Are you?" Mika's voice was gentle but firm. "Or are you hurt that I didn't check with you first?" The words hit too close. Linsay looked away. "It's stupid." "It's not stupid if it matters to you. We weren't firm plans." "I shouldn't expect." "Linsay." Mika waited until they met his eyes. "Talk to me. Actually talk to me. Not the sanitized version where you make yourself small. The real version." Linsay took a breath. This was hard. This went against every instinct they'd developed over years of making themselves easy to love. "I was looking forward to Saturday," they said quietly. "To the market. To spending time together outside of work in your apartment and mine. And when you made other plans without asking, it felt like I wasn't a priority. Like you forgot about me." "I did forget," Mika admitted. "Not about you. But about the market. And I should have checked before committing to Daryl. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize for having a life." "I'm not apologizing for having a life. I'm apologizing for not considering you in my planning." He reached for Linsay's hand. "We're together now. That means checking in. Making decisions together when it affects both of us. I messed up. It wasn't a big deal. It was to you. Which makes it a big deal to me." He squeezed their hand. "You're allowed to be hurt. You're allowed to tell me when I mess up. That's how this works." Linsay felt something tight in their chest loosen. "I'm not used to that. To being allowed to have needs." "I know. But I need you to try. Because I can't fix things if you don't tell me they're broken." "Okay." Linsay took a shaky breath. "I'll try. That's all I'm asking." They stood in the back hallway of the coffee shop, holding hands, and Linsay felt the fear start to ease. Mika wasn't leaving. Wasn't pulling away. Wasn't treating their honesty like a burden. "For what it's worth," Mika said, "I can help Daryl in the morning and we can do the market in the afternoon. If you still want to." "I'd like that." "Then that's what we'll do." Saturday morning, Linsay woke up to a text from Topher, still waiting on an answer about Mom's party. "Need to know by Monday." They stared at the message, anxiety coiling in their stomach. 2 weeks. The party was in 2 weeks and they still didn't know if they could handle it. Mika emerged from the bathroom, hair damp from the shower. "Everything okay?" Topher. About the birthday party. Linsay showed him the text. What do you want to do? I don't know. Part of me wants to go. To try. To show them I'm not avoiding them. Linsay set down their phone. But part of me is terrified. Of the questions, the misgendering, the emotional labor of explaining myself over and over. Then don't go. But they're my family. So? That doesn't mean you owe them access to you when that access hurts. Mika sat beside them on the bed. What would make it bearable? If you decided to go? Linsay thought about it. Having you there. Having an exit strategy. Maybe talking to Topher beforehand. Setting boundaries. Making it clear what I need from them. Those all sound reasonable. Do they? Yes. You're allowed to have conditions. You're allowed to protect yourself. He took their hand. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. If you go, I'm there. If you don't go, I support that too. What would you do? If it was your family? Honestly? I'd probably avoid it and feel guilty about it. He smiled ruefully. But I'm working on being better about boundaries too. We can be works in progress together. Linsay leaned against him, drawing comfort from his steady presence. Can we talk about this later? After I've had coffee and my brain is working? Of course. The farmer's market was exactly what Linsay needed, crowded but not overwhelming, full of color and sound and the simple pleasure of wandering with no agenda. Mika bought them honey from a local apiary. Linsay found fresh bread that smelled like heaven. They sampled cheese and picked out vegetables neither of them knew how to cook and argued good-naturedly about whether the handmade soap was worth $15. It's soap, Mika said. It's artisan soap. Made with lavender and oatmeal. It's still soap. Fine. I'm buying it myself. You're going to spend $15 on soap. I'm going to spend $15 on self-care. There's a difference. Mika grinned and kissed the top of their head. Buy your fancy soap. I'll be over here looking at the vegetables we don't know how to cook. They wandered through the market, hands swinging between them, and Linsay felt something settle in their chest. This was good. This was right. This was the kind of ordinary happiness they'd been craving without knowing how to ask for it. At the coffee vendor, they ran into Mrs. Rivera. Mijos. She pulled them both into hugs that smelled like cinnamon and warmth. What a lovely surprise. Mrs. Rivera, Linsay said. What are you doing here? Same as you, I imagine. Enjoying the market. She looked between them, her knowing gaze sharp. You two look happy. We are, Mika said simply. Good. You deserve it. She patted Linsay's cheek. I'm glad you finally figured it out. You knew? Mija, everyone knew. Except you two. She smiled. Love has a way of being obvious to everyone except the people experiencing it. After she left, Linsay turned to Mika. Were we really that obvious? Apparently. Huh. They finished their market loop and ended up at a small cafe with outdoor seating, nursing lattes and splitting a cinnamon roll. Can I ask you something? Mika said. Always. Earlier. When we talked about your family's party. You said having me there would make it bearable. He paused. Do you actually want to go? Or do you feel like you should? Linsay considered the question honestly. Both? I miss them. Even though it's hard, even though they mess up, they're still my family. And I want them to be part of my life. I just wish it didn't require so much effort. That's fair. But I think, Linsay took a breath. I think I want to try. With conditions. With boundaries. With you there as backup. Okay. Then we'll make a plan. Figure out what you need to feel safe. Practice what you'll say if things get hard. Mika reached across the table. And if at any point you want to leave, we leave. No questions, no guilt. Promise? Promise. Sunday afternoon, Linsay called Topher. Hey, Linz. Got my text? Yeah. I'll come to the party. But I need to talk to you about some things first. Okay. Sure. What's up? Linsay had written down notes, Mika's suggestion, so they wouldn't freeze or forget what they needed to say. Now they looked at the list and took a breath. I need you to use my correct pronouns. Not most of the time. All of the time. And if you mess up, I need you to correct yourself and move on, not make a big thing of it. I can do that. I'm bringing Mika. He's my boyfriend now. For real. And I need the family to respect that and not ask invasive questions about our relationship. Okay. And if at any point I'm overwhelmed or uncomfortable, I'm going to leave. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just protecting myself. Topher was quiet for a moment. Then, I'm sorry. For what? For what I said. About you avoiding the family. About not engaging. That wasn't fair. He sighed. You're doing the best you can with a family that doesn't always make it easy. And I should have recognized that instead of making you feel bad about it. Linsay's throat tightened. Thank you. I'll talk to Mom and the aunts. Make sure they know to use the right pronouns. And I'll run interference if anyone gets too nosy about you and Mika. Really? Really? You're my cousin. I want you there. But I want you there comfortable, not miserable. After they hung up, Linsay sat with the phone in their hand, feeling something shift. Topher had listened. Actually listened. And had committed to making it easier. Maybe this could work. Mika found them on the couch, staring into space. How'd it go? He asked. Good. Surprisingly good. He apologized. Agreed to my boundaries. Offered to help. That's great. Is it weird that I don't quite believe it? No. Trust takes time. Especially when someone has hurt you before. Mika sat beside them. But it's okay to hope. To give him a chance to do better. Yeah. I think I will. That night, they were back at Linsay's apartment, attempting to cook the vegetables they'd bought at the market. It was going poorly. Is this what diced looks like? Mika held up a carrot that looked more like it had been attacked than cut. I think so. You think so? I'm a barista, not a chef. They fumbled through the recipe, too much salt, not enough oil, vegetables that were somehow both burnt and undercooked. By the time they sat down to eat, they were both laughing at the disaster they'd created. This is terrible, Linsay said, taking a bite. Truly awful. We should order pizza. Immediately. While they waited for delivery, they sat on the couch, and Mika pulled Linsay against his side. I like this, he said. Terrible cooking? No. This. Us. Figuring things out together. Being bad at things together. We're very bad at cooking. The worst. But we tried. And we laughed about it. And now we're ordering pizza. He pressed a kiss to their temple. That's good, right? That we can fail at things and it's okay? Yeah. It is. They sat in comfortable silence, waiting for pizza and being together. And Linsay realized that this ordinary evening of bad cooking and easy laughter, was exactly what they'd been looking for all along. Not perfection. Not performance. Just partnership. Messiness. The honest work of building a life together. Mika? Linsay said. Yeah. I'm really glad we stopped pretending. He smiled and pulled them closer. Me too. Best decision we ever made. Even though we're terrible at cooking? Especially because we're terrible at cooking. The pizza arrived. They ate it straight from the box, sitting on the floor of Linsay's living room, and it was perfect in its complete lack of perfection. This was real. This was theirs. And that was more than enough. Chapter 11, Meeting Ren. The coffee shop Linsay chose for their second meeting with Ren was different from the first, smaller, quieter, tucked into a neighborhood neither of them had history with. Neutral ground that felt less weighted with expectation. Mika had offered to come again, but this time Linsay said no. This was something they needed to do alone. A test, maybe, of whether they could face Ren without a buffer. But Mika walked them to the door anyway, squeezed their hand, and said, "I'll be at the bookstore across the street. Text me when you're done and I'll come get you. You don't have to wait." "I want to." He kissed their forehead. "You've got this." Linsay watched him cross the street to the bookstore, then took a breath and pushed open the cafe door. Ren was already there, sitting at a corner table with 2 cups of tea. They stood when Linsay approached, that same nervous energy from the hospital visit. "Linsay. Thank you for coming." They gestured to the chair. "I got you chamomile. I remember you used to like it, but if you want something else." "Chamomile is fine." Linsay sat, wrapping their hands around the warm mug. "How have you been?" "Good." "Nervous." "Working on a new series." Ren's hands fluttered as they talked, a familiar gesture that made something in Linsay's chest ache. "How about you?" "Good." "Busy." Things are really good, actually." "I'm glad." Ren smiled, tentative. "You look happy." "Happier than at the hospital." "A lot has changed since then." "The young man who was with you." "Mika?" "He's my boyfriend now." "For real this time?" "This time?" Ren's eyebrows rose. "There's a story there." So Linsay told it. About the fake dating arrangement, the engagement party, the slow realization that nothing about it was fake. About finally being brave enough to stop pretending. Ren listened with the focused attention Linsay remembered from childhood, before everything fell apart. When they finished, Ren was smiling. "I'm happy for you. Truly. He seems good for you." "He is." Linsay paused. "He helped me realize I don't have to make myself smaller to be loved. That asking for what I need isn't a burden. That's a hard lesson. One I'm still learning." Ren's fingers traced the rim of their mug. "Can I ask you something?" "Okay." They stopped, started again. "Do you blame me? For how I handled things? For leaving the way I did?" Linsay sat with the question. The honest answer was complicated, layered with years of hurt and anger and grief. "Yes," they said finally. "I blame you for leaving without explaining. For choosing your own healing over my need for a parent. For 4 years of silence." Ren's face crumpled slightly, but they nodded. "That's fair. But I also understand it now. Not enough to make it okay. Not enough to erase the hurt. But enough to see you as a person who was drowning and made bad choices trying to survive. I wish I'd done it differently. I wish I'd been braver. Strong enough to come out and stay." Ren's voice was thick with unshed tears. "You deserved better." "Yeah. I did. I can't undo it. I can't give you back those 4 years. But I'm here now. And I'm not going anywhere." They met Linsay's eyes. "I know that doesn't mean much yet. Trust is earned. But I want to earn it. However long it takes." Linsay felt the weight of it settle between them. This wasn't forgiveness. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But it was something. An acknowledgement. A first step. "Tell me about your art," Linsay said. "The new series you're working on." Relief washed across Ren's face. "It's about transformation. About shedding old skins and becoming who you were meant to be." "That's very on the nose." Ren laughed, surprised. "Yeah. Subtlety has never been my strong suit. They talked about art and coffee and the small details of their separate lives. Ren asked careful questions, about Linsay's job, their friends, their life in the city. Nothing invasive. Nothing that required Linsay to explain or justify. At one point, Ren pulled out their phone. "Can I show you something?" They scrolled to a photo of a painting, abstract, full of blues and golds, with shapes that suggested both breaking apart and coming together. "This one's called Reconciliation," Ren said quietly. "I've been working on it since the hospital. Since you agreed to see me again." Linsay studied the image. Saw the fractures and the bridges. The distance and the reaching. "It's beautiful," they said. "It's unfinished. But I'm working on it." Ren's voice was soft. "Kind of like us." "Yeah. Kind of like us." They sat in silence for a moment. Not uncomfortable. Just waited with everything unsaid and everything slowly being rebuilt. "Can I ask you something?" Linsay said. "Of course. When you came out, when you realized you were non-binary, did it feel like relief? Or terror? Or both?" Ren's expression softened with understanding. "Both. Absolutely both. Relief because I finally had language for what I'd been feeling my whole life. Terror because I knew it meant burning down the life I'd built and starting over." "How did you get past the terror?" "I'm not sure I did. I got to a point where the pain of staying the same was worse than the fear of changing." They paused. "Why do you ask?" "Because I'm at that point with my family. With Topher and my mom and everyone. The pain of performing for them, of making myself smaller, of constantly explaining, it's worse than the fear of setting boundaries and maybe losing them. That's brave." "It doesn't feel brave. It feels terrifying. That's what makes it brave." Ren reached across the table, stopped just short of touching. Is it okay if I'm proud of you?" Linsay's throat tightened. "Yeah. That's okay. Then I'm proud of you. For figuring yourself out. For building a life that fits. For being braver than I was." The words hit something deep in Linsay's chest. They'd needed to hear that. From Ren specifically. The acknowledgement that what they were doing was hard and valuable and worth celebrating. "Thank you," they said quietly. They talked for another hour. About small things and big things and the careful work of rebuilding something broken. When they finally stood to leave, Ren hesitated. "Can I ask, would you want to do this again? Meet for coffee? Maybe once a month?" Linsay thought about it. About whether they could handle monthly reminders of everything they'd lost. About whether Ren had earned that much access yet. But they also thought about the painting. About reconciliation as an ongoing process, not a destination. "Yeah," they said. "Once a month. We can try that." Ren's smile was watery and genuine. "Thank you. For giving me another chance. For being here." "Don't waste it," Linsay said. "I won't. I promise." Outside, the afternoon had turned gray and cold. Linsay texted Mika, and within minutes he appeared, crossing from the bookstore with a bag in his hand. "How'd it go?" he asked. "Hard. Good. Complicated." Linsay leaned into him when he wrapped an arm around their shoulders. "I'm exhausted. Want to go home? Please." They walked to where Mika had parked. In the car, he handed Linsay the bag. "What's this?" "I was browsing while I waited. Found something I thought you'd like." Inside was a book, a collection of poetry by queer writers. The cover was simple, beautiful. Exactly the kind of thing Linsay would have picked up themselves. "You spent 2 hours in a bookstore and bought me poetry?" "I spent 2 hours in a bookstore thinking about you and found poetry that made me think of you more." He started the car. "Is that weird?" "No. Linsay's voice caught. "It's perfect. Thank you. They drove in comfortable silence. Linsay flipped through the book, reading random lines, letting the words settle around them. At their apartment, Mika followed them inside without asking. Linsay was grateful. They didn't want to be alone yet. Do you want to talk about it? Mika asked, settling on the couch. Maybe. I don't know. Linsay sat beside him, tucking their feet under them. It was good. Harder than I expected. Ren asked if I blamed them. What did you say? The truth. That I do. But that I also understand it now. Linsay leaned against Mika's shoulder. They're working on a painting called Reconciliation. About us, I think. That's heavy. Everything with Ren is heavy. Linsay closed their eyes. But it felt manageable. Like maybe we can do this. Build something new even if we can't fix what's broken. That's big. Yeah. Mika was quiet for a moment, his hand finding Linsay's and lacing their fingers together. I'm proud of you. For showing up. For being honest. For giving them a chance even though it's hard. Ren said the same thing. They're right. Linsay turned to look at him. How did I get so lucky? To find someone who just gets it. Gets me. I'm the lucky one. Mika brought their joined hands to his lips, pressed a kiss to Linsay's knuckles. You make it easy. I'm not easy. No. But being with you is. He smiled. There's a difference. They sat in comfortable silence, Linsay processing the weight of the afternoon while Mika just held space for them. No fixing. No minimizing. Just presence. Eventually, Linsay said, Can I tell you something? Always. I used to think that love meant not being a burden. That if I needed too much or asked for too much or felt too much, people would leave. So I learned to be small. To need less. To make myself easy to love by making myself barely there. I know. But being with you, it's teaching me something different. That real love isn't about being easy. It's about being honest. And that the right person won't leave just because you have needs. Mika's expression did something complicated, soft and fierce at the same time. The right person stays because of who you are, not despite it. Yeah. Exactly. Linsay shifted to face him more fully. You stay. Even when it's hard. Even when I'm messy. Even when I need things. Because I want to. Because you're worth it. He cupped Linsay's face gently. And because loving you, the real you, not some edited version, is the easiest thing I've ever done. Linsay felt tears prick their eyes. I love you. The words were out before they could stop them. Unplanned. Unfiltered. Just the truth. Mika's eyes widened slightly. Then his smile broke across his face like sunrise. Yeah. Yeah. I love you. I have for a while. Maybe since the first croissant. Definitely since the engagement party. Linsay's voice shook. Is that okay? Is it okay? Mika laughed, bright and disbelieving. Linsay, I've been in love with you for months. I just didn't know how to say it without scaring you away. You love me? So much. So much it's kind of ridiculous. They stared at each other for a moment. Then Linsay started laughing, relief and joy and the absolute absurdity of them both being in love and too scared to say it. Mika joined in, and they sat on the couch laughing like idiots, hands still clasped, faces probably matching shades of red. We're terrible at this, Linsay said. The worst. But we figured it out eventually. Eventually. Mika pulled them closer. Can I kiss you now? Because I really want to kiss you. Please. The kiss was different from the others. Deeper. More certain. Weighted with the words they'd finally spoken and the truth they'd finally admitted. When they pulled apart, Mika rested his forehead against Linsay's. I love you, he said again, like he was testing out the words. Like he wanted to say them as many times as possible now that he could. I love you too. They stayed like that for a long moment, just breathing together, letting the words settle around them. So, Mika said eventually. That happened. It did. We're in love. Apparently. And we're both kind of disasters about it. Completely. Linsay smiled. But we're disasters together. Together, Mika echoed. I like the sound of that. Me too. They settled back into the couch, Linsay curled against Mika's side, and just existed in the quiet certainty of being loved and loving in return. Outside, the gray afternoon was turning to evening. Inside, Linsay felt lighter than they had in years. They'd faced Ren and survived it. They'd said, I love you, and heard it back. They'd built something real with someone who stayed. It wasn't perfect. There was still work to do, with Ren, with their family, with learning how to be in a relationship without constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop. But it was theirs. And it was real. And it was enough. More than enough. Everything they'd been afraid to hope for. Mika? Linsay said. Yeah. Thank you. For waiting for me to catch up. For being patient while I figured myself out. For staying. You don't have to thank me for that. I know. But I want to. Mika pressed a kiss to the top of their head. Then you're welcome. But for the record, you're worth waiting for. Always. Linsay closed their eyes and let themselves sink into his embrace, into the comfort of being known and loved and chosen every single day. This was home. This feeling. This person. This ordinary, extraordinary love. And it was theirs to keep. Chapter 12, Moving Forward. Linsay's family birthday party was exactly 2 weeks away when Mika suggested they start looking at apartments. Apartments? Linsay repeated, looking up from their coffee. They were at Mika's place, a small one-bedroom that was tidy but sparse, like he'd never quite committed to making it feel permanent. They'd been spending more time here lately, alternating between his apartment and Linsay's, but neither space felt quite right anymore. Yeah. I mean, Mika set down his mug, suddenly uncertain. We're together. We spend almost every night together anyway. And I was thinking, maybe it's time to find a place that's ours. Not yours or mine. Ours. Linsay's heart kicked against their ribs. You want to move in together? Only if you want to. I know it's fast. We've only been officially together for a few weeks. But it feels, he gestured vaguely. It feels right. And my lease is up in 2 months anyway, so the timing works. What about my lease? Yours isn't up for 5 months. We could sublet or pay out the rest. Or wait until yours is up. He reached across the table. I'm not trying to pressure you. I want to wake up with you every morning. I want to come home to you every night. I want a space that's ours. Linsay looked around Mika's apartment. At the functional furniture and bare walls. At the space that had always felt temporary because Mika had been waiting for something. For someone. For this. Okay, Linsay said. Okay? Yeah. Let's find an apartment. Let's build something that's ours. Mika's smile was bright and relieved and absolutely beautiful. Yeah? Yeah. Linsay squeezed his hand. But I have requirements. Good natural light. Enough space for my books. A kitchen where we can actually cook. We're terrible at cooking. We'll learn. Or we'll keep ordering pizza. Either way, we need a functional kitchen. Done. Anything else? Close to the coffee shop. And, Linsay paused, feeling vulnerable. A place that feels like home. Not just a place to live. I can do that. Mika brought their joined hands to his lips. We can do that. Together. That Saturday, they started looking. Mika had done research, compiled a list of neighborhoods that met their criteria. Linsay had made spreadsheets, budget, must-haves, nice-to-haves, deal-breakers. You made spreadsheets? Mika said, looking at Linsay's laptop. I like organization. You live in organized chaos. This is different. This is important. The first apartment they saw was too small. The second was too expensive. The third had terrible lighting and a kitchen that made Linsay's current apartment look spacious. By the fourth viewing, they were both getting discouraged. Maybe we're being too picky, Linsay said. Or maybe we just haven't found the right place yet. The fifth apartment was in a converted warehouse, exposed brick, big windows, an open floor plan that somehow managed to feel both spacious and cozy. It was slightly above their budget but not impossibly so. Linsay walked through the space, taking in the light streaming through the windows, the built-in bookshelves, the kitchen that was small but functional. They could picture it. Their books on those shelves. Mika's sketches on the walls. Morning coffee at the breakfast bar. A life. Their life. What do you think? Mika asked, coming to stand beside them. I think it's perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Can we afford it? If we're careful. And if Vivian goes through with the succession plan, we'll have more income eventually. Linsay turned to face him. You really want this? This apartment, this commitment, this future? I really want this. With you. He pulled them close. I know it's fast. I know we're still figuring things out. But I've never been more sure of anything. Me too. Linsay rested their head against his shoulder. Let's do it. Let's take the apartment. They put in an application that afternoon. 2 days later, they got the call, approved, move-in date in 6 weeks. 6 weeks to pack up their separate lives and build something shared. 6 weeks until they had a home together. The night they signed the lease, Linsay's hand was shaking so badly they could barely hold the pen. You okay? Mika asked. Just nervous. It's a big commitment. It is. But we've got this. He covered Linsay's hand with his, steadying it. Together, right? Together. They signed. Made it official. Walked out of the leasing office with keys and paperwork and the terrifying, exhilarating weight of having chosen each other in a tangible, undeniable way. In the car, Linsay just sat there, staring at the keys in their hand. We have an apartment, they said. We do. We're moving in together. We are. Oh my God, we're moving in together. Mika laughed and reached over to take their hand. Having second thoughts? No. Just processing. This is real. We're really doing this. We really are. He brought their hand to his lips. And I'm so glad we are. The next week was a blur of planning and packing and coordinating. Linsay told Vivian about the move, and she smiled that knowing smile of hers. I'm happy for you both, she said. And I hope you know, the succession plan is still on the table. If you're both interested. We are, Linsay said. We've talked about it. We want to do it. Together. Good. Then we'll set up a meeting next month to discuss details. Vivian's expression softened. You two are building something beautiful. Not just in your personal life. Here too. And I'm glad I get to be part of it. Linsay told Tessa over dinner at her place, and Tessa shrieked and pulled them into a hug that nearly knocked them over. I'm so happy for you. You're moving in together. You're in love. Everything is happening. I know. It's terrifying. It's wonderful. You deserve this, Linz. You deserve someone who chooses you every day. He does. He really does. And you choose him back. Yeah. I do. Mika told his family at Sunday dinner. Piper squealed, predictably. Keiko got teary and hugged them both. James offered to help with the move. Daryl gave Mika one of those meaningful big brother looks and said, "You're sure about this?" "I've never been more sure of anything," Mika said, and Linsay's heart did that thing where it felt too big for their chest. The only thing left was Linsay's family. The birthday party was this weekend. Linsay had been trying not to think about it, but now, with the apartment lease signed and the move-in date set, they couldn't avoid it anymore. Thursday night, they were at their old apartment, still packing boxes, still trying to figure out what to keep and what to donate, when Linsay's phone rang. Topher. "Hey," Linsay answered. "What's up?" "Just confirming you're still coming on Saturday. Mom's been asking." "Yeah. We're coming. Mika and me." "Good. That's good." A pause. "I've talked to everyone. About the pronouns. About being respectful. I think it'll be okay. Thanks, Toph. And hey, I wanted to say, I'm glad you're bringing Mika. I'm glad you're happy. You deserve to be happy." Linsay's throat tightened. "Thanks. That means a lot." After they hung up, Mika found them sitting on the floor surrounded by half-packed boxes, staring at nothing. "You okay?" "Yeah. Just," Topher called. "The party's on Saturday." "I know. Are you ready?" "No. But I'm going anyway." Linsay looked up at him. "We have news. About the apartment. Should we tell them?" "Only if you want to. This is your family, your call." Linsay thought about it. About walking into that party as half of a couple, about announcing they were moving in together, about claiming space in their family as their full, authentic self. "Yeah. I want to tell them. I want them to know that I'm building a life. That I'm happy. That I'm doing this on my own terms. Then that's what we'll do." Mika sat beside them on the floor. "Whatever happens, I'm with you. And if it gets too hard, we leave. No guilt. Promise?" "Promise." Saturday arrived gray and cold. Linsay changed outfits 3 times before settling on the green button-down again, their armor, their certainty. Mika drove. They held hands the whole way, Linsay's grip probably too tight, but Mika didn't complain. The party was at Topher's house, a small gathering, just immediate family like he'd promised. When they walked in, Linsay's mom was the first to greet them. "Linsay." She pulled them into a hug that smelled like the perfume she'd worn Linsay's whole life. Familiar. Complicated. Home and not home all at once. "Hi, Mom. And you must be Mika. Topher told me about you." She shook his hand warmly. "It's so good to meet you. You too, Mrs. Santos." "Oh, call me Gloria. Please." She ushered them inside. Come in, come in. Everyone's in the living room." Everyone turned out to be aunts and uncles and Topher and a few cousins Linsay hadn't seen in over a year. The greetings were warm if slightly awkward, people clearly trying to remember to use the right pronouns, overcorrecting and apologizing. But they were trying. Actually trying. Topher pulled Linsay aside while Mika was getting them drinks. "Hey. I'm glad you came." "Me too. I think. Mom's really happy you're here." "We all are." He paused. "And I'm sorry. For making you feel like you had to choose between being yourself and being part of this family. You shouldn't have to choose." "No. I shouldn't." Linsay met his eyes. "But thank you. For saying it. For trying to make this easier." The afternoon progressed better than Linsay expected. There were a few pronoun slip-ups, but people corrected themselves quickly. An aunt asked some questions about their gender that were invasive but clearly well-meaning. Mika fielded questions about their relationship with grace and humor. At one point, Gloria pulled Linsay into the kitchen under the guise of helping with cake. "So," she said. "Mika seems nice." "He is. Topher says you're serious." "We are." Actually, Linsay took a breath. "We're moving in together. We signed a lease this week." Gloria's hands stilled on the cake plates. "Moving in together?" "Yeah. We found an apartment near the coffee shop. We're excited about it." That's a big step." "It is. But it feels right." Linsay watched their mom's face, trying to read her expression. "Are you upset?" "Upset? No. Gloria set down the plates and turned to face them fully. "I'm happy for you. Surprised, maybe. But happy. You seem more yourself than I've seen you in a long time." "I am. Mika helps with that." "Then I'm glad you have him." She reached out, hesitated, then pulled Linsay into a hug. "I know I don't always understand. I know I mess up the pronouns sometimes. But I love you. However you are. Whoever you are." Linsay's vision blurred. "Thanks, Mom. And I want to meet him properly. Have you both over for dinner? Get to know the person who makes my child happy." "I'd like that." When they rejoined the party, Mika gave Linsay a questioning look. Linsay nodded, "Everything's okay," and felt some of the tension in their shoulders release. Later, during cake, Topher stood up with his glass. "I just want to say, I'm really glad everyone could make it today. Especially Linsay. It's been too long." He raised his glass. "To Mom. And to family. The kind we're born with and the kind we choose." Everyone drank. Linsay caught their mom's eye across the room, and she smiled, small but genuine. This wasn't perfect. There was still work to do, boundaries to maintain, education that would be ongoing. But it was something. A beginning. On the drive home, Linsay leaned their head against the car window, exhausted but lighter. "How are you doing?" Mika asked. "Okay. Better than okay, actually." It was good. Hard, but good. "Your mom seems nice." "She is. She tries. They all try." Linsay reached over to take his hand. "Thank you for being there. For making it easier. Always." When they got back to Linsay's apartment, soon to be their old apartment, because in a few weeks they'd be moving into their new apartment, their shared space, they collapsed on the couch in their usual configuration. "So," Mika said. "We told your family about the apartment." "We did. And they took it well. Surprisingly well. We're really doing this. Moving in together. Building a life. We are." Linsay shifted to look at him. "Are you scared?" "Terrified. But in a good way." He pressed a kiss to their forehead. "You?" "Same. Terrified. Excited. Both at once. We can do both." "Yeah. We can." They sat in comfortable silence, processing the day and the future and everything in between. "Mika?" Linsay said eventually. "Yeah. I'm really glad we stopped pretending." He smiled and pulled them closer. "Best decision we ever made. Even though we're about to commit to a year-long lease? Especially because we're about to commit to a year-long lease." He tilted Linsay's face up to kiss them softly. "I love you. And I can't wait to build a home with you. I love you too. So much." Outside, the gray afternoon was turning to evening. Inside, Linsay felt the pieces of their life clicking into place. A partner who loved them. A family trying to do better. A future they were choosing actively instead of letting happen to them. It wasn't perfect. But it was real. And it was theirs. And that was everything. Chapter 13, The Ordinary Evening. 3 months after signing the lease, Linsay came home to the apartment that was theirs, not the barista's place where their partner gradually accumulated belongings, but the space they'd chosen together. It still smelled faintly of fresh paint from the accent wall they'd argued good-naturedly about. Mika won. Linsay admitted he was right. The furniture was an eclectic mix: Linsay's beloved reading chair, a thrifted dining table they'd refinished one Sunday, Mika's sketches finally framed and hung on the walls. It was a Thursday. Completely unremarkable. The kind of day that used to stretch empty and lonely, that Linsay once filled with extra shifts and podcasts played too loud. Linsay got home first, dropping their messenger bag by the door, a habit Mika had given up commenting on. They'd learned each other's rhythms, keys always in the blue bowl, shoes kicked off but never quite making it to the rack, the particular sigh that meant the day was long but not bad. They changed into soft clothes, Mika's college hoodie that had been officially seated in the unspoken language of cohabitation, and settled into their reading chair with the book they'd been working through. Not because they had to decompress or because they were avoiding anything. Just because they could. Because this was home, and home meant they got to simply exist. Through the window, the early evening light slanted golden. The neighbor's wind chimes sounded faintly. Linsay read the same paragraph 3 times, not retaining it, but peacefully distracted by nothing in particular. 20 minutes later, the key turned in the lock. Linsay didn't look up immediately. There was no anxiety in the sound, no bracing for mood or tone. Just the comfortable certainty of Mika coming home. "Hey, love," Mika called, and Linsay could hear the smile in his voice. "Hey yourself." Mika moved through his own arrival routine, bag down, shoes off, actually put away, because he was annoyingly tidy that way, a stop at the kitchen sink to wash his hands. Linsay tracked the sounds without watching, a domestic choreography they'd memorized. Then Mika appeared, leaned over the back of the reading chair, and kissed the top of Linsay's head. "Good day?" Weird Regular asked if we sold oat milk made from spiritually aligned oats. "You?" Mika laughed, the sound rumbling through where his chest pressed against Linsay's shoulder. "I'll tell you over dinner. Give me 30 minutes. Want help?" "Nope. You relax." It was a familiar exchange, one they'd had dozens of times. Mika cooking while Linsay read wasn't about division of labor or obligation, it was just what they both enjoyed. On weekends, they cooked together. On busy nights, they ordered in. There was no scorecard, no resentment. Just the flow of 2 people building a life. Linsay tried to return to their book, but instead found themselves listening. The refrigerator opening and closing. The click of the stove igniting. Mika humming something off-key, that song that was playing at the coffee shop the day they'd officially started fake dating, the day that stopped being fake so quickly neither of them could pinpoint exactly when. The smell of garlic and olive oil drifted into the living room. Something with rosemary. Mika knew Linsay had had a long week and was making their comfort meal without being asked, the same way Linsay knew to make his specific coffee order before he even woke up on hard mornings. Linsay set the book aside, spine up on the side table. They weren't reading anyway. Instead, they were present in this moment, this utterly mundane Thursday evening, feeling something they were still learning to name. "Babe, it's ready." Linsay unfolded from the chair, padding to the kitchen in socked feet. The table was set, mismatched plates from 2 different apartments, the nice napkins they'd bought on impulse and actually used, water glasses catching the last of the evening light. Mika was plating the food, roasted vegetables, pasta with that sauce that required 20 minutes of stirring, a side salad because they both pretended to be adults who ate vegetables regularly. "It smells amazing," Linsay said, sliding into their chair. "Wait until you taste it. I think I finally got the seasoning right." Mika sat across from them, that small pleased smile that appeared when he'd accomplished something, even something as simple as dinner. They served themselves, the comfortable quiet broken only by the clink of serving spoons and Mika's commentary, "More salad, you heathen, yes, you have to." They ate, and they talked. Mika told a convoluted story about a customer at the shop, something about a misdelivered package and a case of mistaken identity that spiraled into absurdity. Linsay laughed, really laughed, and nearly choked on a piece of zucchini. Linsay recounted the spiritual oats incident in full detail, complete with Bex's contribution and Mrs. Rivera's knowing commentary. "Did you sell them regular oat milk?" Mika asked. "Of course. Told them ours was locally sourced from very mindful oats." "You're terrible. You love it." "I really do." It was said casually, between bites, but it settled warm in Linsay's chest. They discussed the weekend. Saturday errands, boring but necessary. Sunday plans, the farmer's market, maybe a movie, definitely sleeping in. Mika mentioned his friend's birthday next month, checked if Linsay's schedule was clear. Linsay confirmed, already mentally planning what to wear, whether they'd know anyone else there, the comfortable knowledge that Mika would stay close without hovering. The conversation meandered, a funny meme Bex had sent, a question about whether they needed more coffee beans, always, a shared complaint about the building's hot water situation, speculation about whether the neighbor's cat was plotting something. Nothing important. Everything important. Linsay reached for their water glass and caught sight of Mika's face in profile, turned toward the window, lit amber by the fading sun, still talking about something, the cat's suspicious behavior, maybe. There was a small spot of sauce at the corner of his mouth. And something shifted. Not dramatically. Not like a revelation in a movie with swelling music. Just a quiet settling, like a stone finding its place at the bottom of a clear stream. This is it. This person, across this table, in this kitchen, on this unremarkable Thursday. Linsay had spent so much of their life braced for loss, for disappointment, for the moment when they'd be too much or not enough. Had fielded so many questions they didn't owe answers to, performed so much explanation of their existence, justified their space in the world until it felt like that's all relationships could be, justification and defense and carving out the smallest acceptable corner. But here, now, there was nothing to defend. Mika knew them, knew they were neither mysterious nor tragic, neither a phase nor a revelation. Knew they were just a person who hated mornings and loved terrible puns, who got anxious about phone calls and passionate about indie music, who took their coffee specific ways depending on mood and season. Mika had seen them sick with the flu, grumpy about bills, crying over a sad movie. Had learned that Linsay needed 20 minutes of silence after getting home before they could talk about their day. Had memorized which texture sensitivities mattered and which gendered assumptions hurt versus which just rolled off. And Mika stayed. Not in the way of tolerating or accommodating. But in the way of choosing, every day, this life. These evenings. This ordinary, extraordinary love. "Hey," Mika said, noticing Linsay had gone quiet. "You okay?" Linsay blinked, realized their eyes were damp. "Yeah. Really okay." Mika's expression softened with understanding, not of the specific thought, but of the moment's weight. He reached across the table, palm up. Linsay took his hand. They sat like that, hands clasped across the dinner table, food cooling on their plates. The light had shifted to that deep blue of almost night. Somewhere outside, a car passed. The refrigerator hummed its constant song. Mika's thumb traced gentle circles on the back of Linsay's hand. There were no words for this, Linsay thought. Or there were too many words, inadequate ones: love, home, safety, future, us. All true. None quite enough. So they didn't say anything. They just held on, smiling at each other across mismatched plates and half-finished meals, in the kitchen of their shared apartment, on a Thursday evening in a life they'd built together. This quiet, steady love. Everything they never knew they were allowed to want. Everything they got to keep. After a long moment, Mika squeezed their hand gently and released it. "Dessert?" "I hid the good ice cream in the back of the freezer." Linsay laughed, wet and happy. "You know me so well." "I really do." And it was true. And it was enough. And it was everything. They cleared the table together, bumping hips in the small kitchen, already bickering good-naturedly about whether they'd watch their show or start the new documentary. The evening unfolds ahead of them, unremarkable and precious. Just another Thursday. Just their life, together. Linsay settled onto the couch first, and Mika followed, pulling them against his side. They half-watched TV while sharing a pint of ice cream with 2 spoons, completely content in the beautiful ordinariness of forever. You know what's funny? Linsay said, nestled against Mika's shoulder. What? We spent so long pretending to be together that we forgot we were actually falling in love. Mika pressed a kiss to their temple. I don't think I forgot. I think I was just too scared to admit it. Me too. But we figured it out eventually. Eventually. Linsay tilted their head up to look at him. I'm glad we did. Me too. Mika's smile was soft and certain. I'm glad every day. They turned back to the TV, but Linsay wasn't really watching. They were thinking about the journey that had brought them here, from the first chocolate croissant to fake dating to this moment, this ordinary evening that felt like everything. Mika? Yeah? I love you. I love you too. He pulled them closer. Always. Outside, the city hummed with its usual nighttime sounds. Inside, in their apartment with its mismatched furniture and walls covered in Mika's sketches and shelves filled with Linsay's books, everything was exactly as it should be. No performance. No pretending. No fear of being too much or not enough. Just them. Just this. Just love in its most ordinary, extraordinary form. And it was theirs to keep. Forever. Epilogue, 6 months later. The Tuesday morning shift was quiet in the way that October mornings at the coffee shop tended to be, not empty, but comfortably full. The kind of busy that felt manageable instead of overwhelming. Mika pulled a perfect shot while Linsay steamed milk, their movements synchronized after years of working side by side. The espresso machine hissed. The grinder hummed. Someone's indie playlist provided ambient noise that was somehow both energizing and soothing. Courte for Mrs. Rivera, Mika called, already adding the dusting of cinnamon she never asked for but always appreciated. The older woman accepted the drink with her knowing smile, pressing a 5 into the tip jar despite Mika's protests. For you and Linsay. Buy yourselves something nice. Mrs. Rivera. I'm 69 now, Mijo. Let me spoil you a little. After she settled at her usual table, Bex appeared at Mika's elbow, grinning. She left a note with the tip. A note? Bex handed him a folded piece of paper. Mika opened it to find Mrs. Rivera's neat handwriting. I knew from the beginning. So happy to have been right. Much love, or Linsay read it over his shoulder and laughed. She's never going to let us forget that she called it first. To be fair, everyone called it first. Except us. Especially us. They fell back into the rhythm of the morning rush. A regular ordered their usual. A tourist asked for recommendations. Someone's latte art came out looking like a blob instead of a heart, but they took it with good humor. At the espresso machine, Linsay caught Mika's eye and smiled, the kind of smile that held months of shared mornings, shared evenings, shared life. What? Mika asked. Nothing. Just, this is nice. Making coffee? Working with you. Being here. All of it. Linsay reached over to squeeze his hand briefly. I'm happy. Me too. Vivian emerged from the office, clipboard in hand. She'd been gradually stepping back over the past few months, giving Linsay and Mika more responsibility, more autonomy. The succession plan was moving forward, slowly, carefully, but definitely forward. When you two have a moment, she said, we should talk about the winter menu. And the schedule for next month. We've got some ideas, Linsay said. I assumed you would. Vivian's smile was warm. You two have good instincts. I trust them. After she disappeared back into the office, Backstage whispered, you're basically running the place already. We're assisting in running the place, Mika corrected. You're running it. Vivian's just letting you think she's still in charge. She is still in charge. For now. Bex's grin was knowing. Give it a year. This place will be yours. The morning progressed. The rush ebbed and flowed. Linsay made lattes, lost count somewhere around number 32, but it had to be at least 40 by the end of the shift. Mika restocked supplies and charmed customers and occasionally caught Linsay watching him with an expression that probably gave away too much. At the end of their shift, they walked home together, not to separate apartments anymore, but to the space they'd built together. The October air was crisp, the kind of cold that promised winter but hadn't quite arrived yet. Tessa texted, Linsay said, checking their phone. She and her wife want to do dinner this weekend. Sounds good. Your place or ours? Ours. I'll cook. Mika raised an eyebrow. You'll cook? I've been practicing. I found a recipe that's supposedly foolproof. You said that about the last one. This one is different. It has pictures. So did the last one. Are you doubting my culinary abilities? I'm gently suggesting we might want a backup pizza plan. Linsay laughed and bumped their shoulder against his. Fine. I'll cook. You'll have pizza on speed dial. Compromise. At their building, they climbed the stairs together. Inside the apartment, everything was exactly as they'd left it that morning. Mika's sketches on the walls, Linsay's books overflowing the shelves, the mismatched furniture that somehow worked together. Home. Linsay dropped their bag by the door, old habits, while Mika actually hung up his jacket, new habits learned from cohabitation. They moved through their after-work routine with the ease of practice, changing into comfortable clothes, starting the coffee maker for the afternoon cup they both needed. Mika settled on the couch with his sketchbook. Linsay curled into their reading chair with the poetry collection they'd been working through. For a while, they just existed in the same space, comfortable in the shared silence. Eventually, Linsay looked up to find Mika watching them instead of sketching. What? Just thinking. About? About how this is my favorite part of the day. Coming home to you. Just being together. Linsay's chest went warm. Even when I'm boring and reading poetry? Especially when you're boring and reading poetry. He set down his sketchbook. Come here. Linsay uncurled from their chair and moved to the couch, settling against Mika's side in the configuration that had become second nature. I got a call today, Mika said. From Piper. Oh no. What does she want now? She and Brett set a date. The wedding's in June. That's good, right? Yeah. And she asked if we'd be in the wedding party. Both of us? Both of us. Apparently we're couple goals and she wants us standing up there as proof that her matchmaking instincts were correct. Linsay laughed. She's taking credit again? Always. But I said yes. If you're okay with it. I'm okay with it. Linsay tilted their head up to look at him. It'll be fun. Watching Piper plan a wedding should be entertaining if nothing else. That's one word for it. They settled back into comfortable silence. Through the window, the afternoon light was already fading. October days were short, getting shorter. But inside, everything felt warm and bright. Linsay? Mika said. Yeah. I'm really glad we stopped pretending. It had become something of a refrain between them. A touchstone. A reminder of how they'd started and how far they'd come. Me too, Linsay said. Best decision we ever made. Even though it means dealing with Piper's wedding planning? Especially because it means dealing with Piper's wedding planning. Together. Mika pressed a kiss to the top of their head. Together. I like the sound of that. Me too. Later, they'd make dinner, or order pizza. They'd watch TV or read or just talk about nothing. They'd fall asleep tangled together and wake up the same way. They'd go to work and come home and do it all again tomorrow. The beautiful, ordinary routine of a shared life. No performance. No pretending. No fear of being too much or not enough. Just love in its most honest, authentic form. And it was theirs to keep. Not perfect. Not without effort or growth or the occasional disagreement about whose turn it was to do dishes. But real. And chosen. And built side by side one ordinary day at a time. Linsay closed their eyes and sank into Mika's embrace, feeling the steady rhythm of his breathing, the warmth of his arms, the absolute certainty of being home. This was it. This was everything. The ordinary kind of forever they'd been searching for all along. And they'd found it. Together. Right here. Right now. In this moment and all the moments to come. Forever.